Hello folks, welcome to the most comprehensive Stalker 2 guide on YouTube. If you're new here, then I have previously covered each region individually. However, one or two of these guide videos are missing just one or two things that I really wish they weren't, and this guide video is here to fix that. The following improvements have been made to the original guide series: any missing loot, re-recorded audio, additional information for frequently asked questions, some additional main and side quest information and explanations, as well as a general bit of overall polish. To make one point abundantly clear, this guide does not cover much in terms of how to complete side or main quests. Main quests will be covered to an extent, and any differences in direction and available gear will be explained. As for side quests, I will only be mentioning those with unique or significant rewards. If a specific side quest isn't mentioned, just know that its rewards are either basic loot and or coupons. I have included more information for relevant side and main quests as to make things a little bit easier to follow, but this is by no means a main or side quest walkthrough. If you followed the previous guide series, then a full list of significant loot that was missed is on screen right now, with timestamps for each one. You could just as easily follow each of those individual videos and then collect everything from these timestamps if a pseudo giant size guide video isn't necessarily your thing. This video, however, is objectively a better experience if you don't mind how ridiculously long it is. For anyone hunting every single blueprint within the game, then the most important side note for yourselves is this: one of the blueprints is locked behind main story allegiance. If you're not allianced with Spark whilst completing the main quest at the DUGA, then you will not be able to access this. I will bring this up later on in the guide. Additionally, there is another blueprint tied to a side quest within the lesser zone, and again, I will explain more as and when we get there. This entire guide is completely spoiler free. There may be one or two minor things mentioned here or there, but for the most part, you're completely safe to enjoy the entirety of the game for what it is, whilst following this guide and not missing out on any potential loot. I've included breakdowns between each zone, which outline exactly what gear we will be acquiring within each one, and I think that's just about it for the intro, so let's get started. To begin our journey, I advise first collecting absolutely everything during the prologue. Prior to the third scanner location, there is a vault in the back room of this building. Now, previously, we could store everything within here and then return for it immediately afterwards. As far as I know, this is no longer an option. However, we can simply drop everything onto the floor here instead, and then once completing the prologue, we can return and find most of it still here. It is certainly better than nothing. As a general rule, ignore weapons with red condition due to us not being able to sell them until much later on in the game. As an additional rule, some weapons are inherently worth a lot more than others. If we're dropping items to free up weight, then compare a weapon's weight to its value and then compare with other weapons. For instance, an AK is usually always better for selling than a Viper would be. Once done, head towards this post office marked right here on the map. You'll encounter a side quest here. Resolve this situation however you like. Once done, find a stash sitting on this rooftop. Next, head towards the close by heli and beware of the dog hiding on the other side. Grab the Viper from the heli stash, and then head towards the boiler room.
Did you make it? The mutants did.
Again, resolve this situation however you like. Within the main building and up the stairs is an additional Viper and this stash. Next, head into the cave out back. Make your way through this cave until reaching this room. Here, take out your scanner to locate the first official artifact. There are always flesh mutants when exiting the cave on the other side, so do be prepared for this. Once done here, head towards Zalissya for the first time. Once here, I recommend first selling any spare loot and repairing your equipment. Once done, progress the main story by entering inside of Warlock's bar.
I'm looking for solder.
Once this is finished, it's important that you accept both the Lost Boys side quest from Lens the Technician and Warlock's Debtor from Warlock himself. Without these side quests, you will not be able to collect everything within this guide. You will also want to collect the Poppyfield side quest from Mitye, who should be located inside of Hamster's Shop. Next, when ready, begin following the individual paths on screen to locate these stashes scattered in and around Zalissya. Now, regarding the main quest line, choosing to speak with either Gaffer or Zotov will initiate separate main quest objectives that all lead to the same point. Both of these can be accepted, but ultimately only one can be fully completed. Your decision will dictate which area you enter into next when eventually leaving the Lesser Zone. For those who side with Gaffer, you will be leaving north straight into Garbage. For those who side with Zotov, you will take a brief detour west through the chemical plant before shortly being directed into Garbage also. This decision will not impact the final outcome of the game. Those decisions are made much later on. For now, these decisions mostly dictate access to a handful of side areas and equipment. I feel it's important to add this now. For anyone hoping to acquire every single blueprint within this game, you will eventually need to alliance with the Spark faction, at least for a certain segment of the game, as a single blueprint is locked within a segment that can only be accessed during the Spark questline. This is specifically located in the DUGA, and I will give plenty of forewarning as we get closer to that point. For now, choosing to complete Gaffer's main questline will eventually grant access into a side area within the Lesser Zone, which mostly just contains supplies. Siding with Zotov does not grant any such benefits. One final note would be, if you speak with Zotov before speaking with Gaffer, then Zotov will give you a lead, which will skip part of Gaffer's questline, making this guide a little bit easier to follow. If you would prefer to not skip this part of Gaffer's questline, then either speak with him before ever speaking with Zotov, or don't speak to Zotov at all. Our first location is this water tower just north of the hub, marked right here on the map. This is the Warlock's Debtor side quest location. Resolve this situation however you like. Retrieve the info from Valik one way or another, and then begin heading over to the water tower itself.
Come in. I just got money from Valik Lummox. Tell the little shit I said hi. Maybe I'll pour one.
Head up here to locate this stash on top, which does contain Valik's unique AKM. This is a very solid weapon for the foreseeable future. Our next location is northeast, marked right here on the map. If you've sided with Zotov and or progressed Gaffer's questline to a certain point, then this will be the next main quest location. First, follow the path on screen to locate this ladder. Follow this to the rooftop to locate the Aurora Gasmask and this stash sitting just here. When ready, head on over to the main building and retrieve the relevant information from Morg, one way or another.
Realize this stuff you're trying to steal? We're Alpo's crew.
Next, head to the east side of this facility and behind these boxes to locate this stash containing the extended magazine for the Viper submachine gun. Our next location is further east, marked right here on the map. Here, you'll find a side quest along with this anomaly field. If you choose to loot anything from the corpse here, then it will act as the quest rewards. Otherwise, when ready, take out your scanner to begin locating the nearby artifact. Our next location is marked right here on the map. Here, you'll first want to access the windmill at the back of this settlement and speak with Squint at the top.
Who the hell are you? And what are you doing here?
Regardless of how you deal with this situation, when ready, head into this building marked here on the map. Once inside of here, head into the hole in this room and down to the caves below. In here, you will come up against the Bloodsucker mutant. Once dealing with them, progress further through the cave until reaching this anomaly field. Once here, take out your scanner to locate the nearby artifact. Our next location is marked just here on the map. Here, you'll simply find this corpse with the artifact sitting right beside it. Our next location is marked right here on the map. Once here, cautiously head through the tunnel and follow it all the way down. At the end, you'll find this stash right here, which does contain the 45-round magazine attachment for the AKM. Our next location is marked right here on the map. Here we have our first arch anomaly, and within it the legendary Weird Ball artifact. I advise approaching from the southwest side and following the path on screen to locate the ball at the very center. The anomaly itself essentially breathes in and out. Upon breathing in, it will pull you in. If you're caught by this, then you are pretty much as good as dead, so be very careful as to keep behind cover. Our next location is once again Zalissya. At this point, you should be able to hand in Squint's data to either Gaffa or Zotov. Upon handing in this main questline, you will be rewarded with the debut suit and the Opticians Gasmask. Upon making your choice, you'll either be directed straight towards the sphere or directed to the RIBS facility first. Those who sided with Zotov will not have access to the RIBS facility. However, there's nothing but general supplies within here anyway. Before setting off for the sphere, we're going to cover the remaining loot to be acquired within this region. Again, it is advisable that you first speak with Mitye and accept his side quest for the poppy field. Our next location is in the north, marked just here on the map. When first arriving here, I advise heading to the northeast and climbing the ladder to this large building's rooftop. From here, drop down onto these pipes and follow them down to find this ladder. Once here, head on up and navigate through the anomalies with scanner in hand to locate the artifact. The artifact can fall down to the ground below, so be aware of this if you are unable to locate it. Next, head to the center of this facility to locate this campsite. Slightly to the west of this, you'll find this underground entrance. Enter inside of here and follow this all of the way down to locate this room. Inside, you'll find the Bandit jacket along with this stash at the end of the corridor. Our next location is further west, marked just here on the map. When first arriving here, you will be radioed by Pomar. Head on over to his house and speak with him to initiate the side quest, if you would like to.
What are you doing in the poppy field?
When ready, head to the south of the poppy field and locate this truck. Here, you will find this stash, which contains energy drinks. Take 2 or 3 if you don't have some already. The field shouldn't give you much trouble at all. Simply head inside and remember to drink an energy drink roughly every 60 seconds or so. And don't remain inside of the poppy field for longer than just a few minutes at a time, and you should be fine. First, follow the path on screen towards this building. Head up and onto the roof and then down here to locate this stash, which does contain the tactical pistol suppressor. Next, drop down and follow the path on screen to the patch of field on the western corner of this building. Here, you will find this strange flower artifact sitting right here. Next, head into the western section of the field to locate the cellar entrance right here. And then head down to locate the quest item.
Hope it all works out somehow.
Once outside of the field, you do have the option of giving the quest item to Pomar and receiving a unique AR-416 assault rifle that will need to be repaired. Additionally, you can also kill Pomar afterwards and retrieve the quest item to give back to Mitye in Zalissya. At this point, I advise heading back to Zalissya and once again resupplying. Our next location is south, marked right here on the map. When arriving here, you will encounter a side quest which involves taking on a bloodsucker mutant. Once dealing with this, head further south to locate this bunker entrance. This entrance will be locked if you have not first accepted Lens's side quest. Enter inside and take note of this locked door. Next, follow the path on screen and locate this stash right here. Take the fuse from inside and place it inside this fuse box right here. Next, continue through and locate this lever at the far end of the room. Once activating this, turn around and head back to the previously locked door. This will now be open. Inside here, you will find an additional Aurora Gasmask and a UDP compact pistol, aka the tactical pistol. From here, head back through the bunker until reaching the exit on the other side. Our next location is south, marked right here on the map. Here we have this small island. Head on over via this land bridge and then locate this artifact sitting right beside this corpse. Our next location is much further south, marked right here on the map. Here we have quite a hostile facility. When ready, head inside here and follow the path on screen to locate this building. Head inside and follow the path on screen again to locate this room upstairs. In here, you'll find this AR-416 assault rifle. Next, head up onto the roof, and here you'll find this stash hiding just below the satellite dish. Our next location is marked just here on the map. Once at the cabin, find the entrance within this shed out back. It's important to note here that if you do not side with the 9th and if he does not survive the fight that will ensue, then he will not reward you with the rubber layer blueprint, and thus you will have not collected all of the blueprints within the game, so do bear this in mind. After speaking with the 9th, 4 Stalkers will arrive outside, and shortly afterwards the 9th will speak with you again, and you can offer to help. Once doing so, take care of all 4 Stalkers and then speak with the 9th again to retrieve the rubber layer blueprint for the M10 Gordon. Next, I advise once again returning to Zalissya before setting off to the Sphere to progress the main quest. When ready, those who allianced with Gaffer will enter via this tunnel marked here on the map. Those who sided with ZATON instead will access via this entrance here. You'll make your way through the facility until eventually reaching the main quest room within the underground. Once in this room, you can find the extended magazine for the PTM pistol sitting just here. Next, heading outside of this room, follow the path on screen to locate the OZK Explorer suit sitting just here. Hand in the quest here and you will officially unlock majority of the lesser zone's entrances and thus are free to explore most of the map. Moving on to the next section of this guide, which is of course garbage. The main gear we will acquire is the following: the PSZ-20W Convoy Body Armor, the PSZ-7 Military Body Armor, the Wind of Freedom Armor, the Guardian of Freedom Armor, the SSP-99 Ecologist Armor, and the Armored Bandit Jacket. A word of warning, I don't think anyone on the Warden playthrough can acquire the 20W Convoy Armor, and I know for certain that they can't acquire the SSP-99 Ecologist Armor. We will also be acquiring the Facehugger and the PA-10 gas masks. There are 4 unique weapons to be found here. There is the Drowned Assault Rifle with the scope, grenade launcher and quick mag attachment. The Contender Assault Rifle with a scope and 45 round magazine attachment. The Shards Gun with a hollow sight and a 40 round mag. The Splitter SMG with a silencer attachment. There is also a standard M860 Cracker with a hollow sight attachment and a 10-round magazine built in, an SPSA shotgun, and an SVD sniper rifle that can also be acquired. Conveniently enough, these routes cover all artifact locations available within Garbage 2, as well as tons of additional guns and supplies. Stalker 2 does require us to make decisions throughout the story that will dictate certain quests, items, and areas we will have access to. Because of this, I have done my very best to cover as much content as possible. Upon leaving the lesser zone, depending on who you gave the data to will determine which area you head on to next. Fortunately, regardless of choice, you will end up in garbage very quickly either way. So we will start this guide by covering the differences our choices will have on our time within garbage, and once that's covered, the rest of the video will apply to everyone regardless of their decision. I have included timestamps if there's anything you would specifically like. Otherwise, I've organized this into a relatively convenient straight run, so feel free to follow along. Lastly, this is a mostly spoiler-free guide. We will briefly cover parts of the main quest and some side quest locations, and I will show how all equipment can be acquired. However, I'll try not to spoil details to quests. I'll just point you in the right direction and save you from spending too much time searching. If we sided with the Stalkers, then we will enter garbage immediately from its southernmost point, and that's where we're starting this guide. If you'd like to follow along as a Warden, then skip ahead to the following timestamp. When finishing the lesser zone as a Stalker, we do leave via the northern exit directly into garbage. Our first destination should be these pig pens right here on the map. Resolve the situation however you like. The important part is the compact pistol and suppressor inside the stash within the pen itself. Once you've acquired this, head towards the other side of town and enter this building here on the map. Once inside, in the back room, you'll find a TV with a key hanging inside. Brace yourself for an interesting fight. It would be wise to save the game and then go and open the garage outside. Once done, loot the inside of the garage and you'll find a 45 round magazine for the AK. This does fit 2 of the weapons we find throughout this run. After this, head towards the quest objective itself. Before speaking with Star, head to reception and retrieve this key from the desk. Head downstairs and unlock the door. Deal with the poltergeist roaming down here. They are quite susceptible to the anomalies. Once done, head through the basement towards the corpse indicator on your compass. You can run donuts and try to loot the corpse quickly here, but either way retrieve the key. Additionally, there is an artifact down here, so grab that before leaving. Head out of the basement the opposite way we came in, and head upstairs to talk to Star. Once having spoken with him, run through the corridor to these double orange doors. Once you've had your way with this room, begin heading towards the quest objective itself. Handle this situation however you feel is best. Personally, stealth is frustrating and all guns blazing is the simplest option. This is where we have a chance to acquire the convoy armor. It can be dropped by any of the enemies here. It may be worth saving before engaging entirely or looting the corpses. I'm unsure as to whether the convoy armor can be obtained via any other warden enemies. I would assume so, but this is the only location I've ever found it. The entrance to the bunker below can be found right here on the map. Head on down and enter the code into the door lock. I'll let you explore this for yourself, but upon finishing up here and hitting a very clear point of no return, the ecologist suit can be found here by first entering this room and then navigating through the anomalies into this corner here. Once done here entirely, head on back over to Star. He will direct us towards the slag heap at the center of garbage. There's one more location for us to visit on the way, and it's right here on the map. Once here, we will find Volvo stranded in the middle of the anomaly field. Simply make your way over and speak with him to initiate the side quest. Be cautious when guiding him, as he is quite frail. Once he's safe, he will offer you an artifact or coupons as a reward. Once resolved, head towards the main entrance to the building itself. Upstairs, you'll find this safe. The code hint is on the roof, and it is a little bit cryptic, so feel free to figure it out for yourself. Otherwise, just copy what I do on screen. Once done here, head back outside and into the anomaly field, take out your scanner and begin searching. Once the artifact is found, it's highly advised we now head towards the slag heap to unload our gear, repair, accept quests, and then gain additional gear. Prior to entering the slag heap, either speak with this NPC or outright collect the drowned assault rifle right here. I'm unaware right now as to whether returning the gun pays off in the long run, but for now, there is no quest reward for returning the gun. When finishing the lesser zone as a warden, we leave via the western exit into the chemical plant. I won't be covering this area in this guide, but I do have some advice. Head straight over to the quest objective. This NPC does have a side quest available for you. I'm unsure as to the outcome if you don't accept it now, but if you do accept it and don't complete it within a day or two, it will expire and terminate. So bear this in mind before moving on. I am working on a chemical plant video identical to this one. I'll link it in the description once it's out. Additionally, along the path we will bump into this side activity. Regardless of whether we accept it or not, it will expire permanently if we do leave, once the side quest and activity are resolved. But before heading to Colonel Korshunov, head directly north towards this mark on the map. The easiest option is to then follow these power lines right to the edge. It's a bit of a run, but the walk back feels much faster. Once here, we need to carefully drop down to this roof below. Saving before is advised. Here we can find the Winds of Freedom suit of armor and supplies. I'd advise leaving here quickly and heading towards this mark on the map. Here we can find this corpse and very close by a familiar looking scanner. Activate the scanner and back away. Retrieve the artifact and either brace for a fight or run. Head towards this tunnel on the map. Head inside and avoid the anomalies. Use your scanner to find the artifact, and there is a safe at the end of the tunnel. I'm not certain the Psydog spawn is fixed here. I think I may have dragged it over from the scanner, as sometimes it appears and sometimes it doesn't. Upon leaving, now we finally want to head over to the Colonel. The reason we didn't speak with him first is he too begins a mission that either has a short timer or a short radius, in which if we break either, the mission does terminate. It doesn't affect main quest progression as far as I know, but this way we do conveniently grab the loot, but also stay on track with the main quest. After agreeing to assault the facility, follow on with the quest. Once the facility is taken, the enemy leader, Chornosum, seems to always have an SBSA shotgun spawn, and this room in the corner on the ground floor has the armored bandit armor. Once done here, it's advised you leave the facility and enter this tunnel. Keep to the side here and enter this small opening. On the other side is a bucket submachine gun and supplies. Heading back out but turning towards the opposite way we came in. We do come out into an anomaly field. Naturally, take out your scanner and begin searching. These anomalies are relatively easy. They slowly home in on you if you get too close, so do stay moving. You can pop them to stop them from moving for a time, but it's mostly unnecessary. Once done here, I would advise heading up to the slag heap. It's a bit of a haul, but we have collected a lot. Half of the loot we want requires us to activate quests at the slag heap, so I do advise making your way there and ignoring everything along the way if following along with this guide. Prior to entering the slag heap, either speak with this NPC or outright collect the drowned assault rifle right here. I'm unaware right now as to whether returning the gun pays off in the long run, but for now, there is no quest reward for returning the gun. Once done, head inside and do whatever you need to, but ensure you collect the side quest from the vendor, these charming gents, and the main quest from Diode in the back. There is an additional side quest that I highly advise we collect whilst we're currently here. The only issue is we do need to wait 24 hours before we can be given it. My best advice is to sleep in the bed 4 consecutive times. Sleeping passes 7 hours at a time, so 4 sleeps are needed. Once done, speak with him and accept the side quest. With this done, we will quickly collect all the gear here before moving on. Heading outside and up this ladder. Turning around and going up this ladder. We can find a stash here. Head on over and jump on the crane. Begin heading up and then stop at this crane. Try not to spend too long on the actual trash heap itself, as rads will quickly build up. Be careful navigating up the crane, but just on the left hand side is this metal beam. Fall onto this to loot the stash bag. This scope will fit both the drowned and combatant assault rifles. From here, either jump on over or take the long ladder directly next to the first ladder we took up. Climb this ladder here and collect this loot. Head down the side here, be careful not to drop too far. Once at the very bottom, head into this pit to collect the facehugger Gasmask. Ensure you're prepared to head out. Try not to overburden yourself as we are grabbing a fair bit and there's plenty of other loot along the way. Head towards this ruined town here right on the map. Here, you'll find this crane overhanging the building. Enter these containers, make your way up, and then eventually onto the roof. Enter the building and loot this corpse to progress the quest. I'm unsure as to what changing the frequency does here. Upon leaving, we will be ambushed. From here, head on over to this facility. It's highly advised we enter this facility via the southwest side. We can simply run in when the anomaly appears, quickly deviate away from it and do not look at it to hopefully avoid the flashbang and damage entirely. From the southwest side, we can simply just walk in, however. Not much of this space is safe, so be sure to stick to only this corner and the roof. From here, we can run and jump into the bunker below. A word of warning before doing so, you will more than likely incur quite a bit of damage whilst below, and there is no escape unless you endure that damage. Make sure you have at the very least 5 or more bandages and healing kits if it's your first time here. Saving would be a wise option too. I won't dive into the quest specifics here, but I will say you simply need to loot both of these corpses in order to have everything of note. Once done, don't worry about leaving and never looking back. It can be tricky to get out here on the harder difficulties, so do make sure to save and take your time. Once up the ladder, we can enter this side room and find a high capacity M10 magazine, as well as additional supplies. Leave the facility however you like and begin heading towards this location on the map. We're simply just heading towards the roof on this concrete structure here. Head up the stairs, and once on the roof, we can cautiously make our way over to this platform to find the PA-10 gas mask and some more supplies. From here, head further into the facility and climb up this ladder. We will have to push through an anomaly here and then immediately take a 1v1 fight, so heads up on that. Keep heading down and push through the anomaly. Drop this enemy as fast as you can. On his corpse is the SVD sniper rifle. Drop out of the hole here onto this small ledge, and then onto the ground. Here we can find an additional artifact. We have 2 locations left before heading back to the slag heap, and they're both next door to one another. First, head towards this location and speak with this NPC. Resolve this situation however you like, but this enemy named Cheery will have the spitter weapon on his corpse. Once done here, head a little bit north to this compound. Approach this however you like, but my favourite is this way. Gain access to the roof one way or another, and then drop to this ledge and enter the building. Either take care of all of the enemies and then drop down this hole, or just drop down it now. I highly advise keeping this NPC alive for now, as doing so will reward us the locations to another unique gun that we cannot obtain without this information. Once done, collect the package and begin heading back to the slag heap. Cash in quests, repair, upgrade, etc. But most importantly, progress the main quest. Once you've done so, follow the quest marker. I've left the full route in this video for the sake of it. Once done speaking with Richter at the top, head over the crane and towards the stash, and you will receive the Krakow with a built-in 10-round magazine. From here, we want to once again ensure we're prepared to head out. There are 2 main quest objectives here. Choosing one will void the other. However, we can still visit them both once we've reached this point of the main quest. Prior to reaching this point, if we had have visited these locations, they would not have the relevant loot or scenarios play out. Whatever location we visit first will have a unique scenario. However, all of the loot can still be found regardless. For the sake of this video, we will be visiting the maze. When you're ready, first head towards this break in the train tracks here on the map. Simply use your detector to sniff out the artifact. Once done, head a little bit northeast into this facility. Head towards this building and begin heading upstairs. In this room, you will find the PSZ-7 military armor. Once done here, head out of the facility entirely. It's advised you don't approach this region as it is tied with the main story and will come into play shortly after you're done with this guide. Regardless, head towards this facility at the far north of the map. You're almost guaranteed an eventful time here at first. Once everything is settled down, head onto this rooftop for an M10 blueprint. Once done here, head west towards this location on the map. Here it's advised heading towards the stash on this island first. Once done, head into the anomaly field and begin searching. Once done here, head just a little bit south towards this tunnel. Here we will find another unique weapon. Before collecting it, however, prepare to be ambushed by a bloodsucker that will spawn the second we pick up the gun. Once resolved, head out of the tunnel on the opposite side and head almost directly west to find another artifact. From here, head mostly east to this location on the map. Engage this area however you like, but the important part will be progressing the main quest if you haven't already visited the dig site. Once all is said and done, 2 additional artifacts can be found inside of the van with the scanners inside. Once done here, begin heading southwest towards the fire anomaly field. Naturally, take out your scanner and begin looking. Once done, head south and then walk up to this door subway entrance to access these pipes. Follow these pipes around until reaching this rooftop. On top, you will find the very trendy and best fixed location armor piece this zone has to offer, the Guardian of Freedom suit. From here, it is advised you head back to the slag heap once again. We are very nearly done here. All that is left to do is to mop up on the last few items not conveniently obtained due to how we came into the garbage zone. We're starting with Stalkers, so Wardens, head on over to this timestamp. There are 2 armor sets, 3 artifacts, and possibly an SPSA 12 shotgun left for us to acquire. Once we're ready, head over to this facility. The leader, Chornazem, has an SPSA 12 shotgun on his inventory. Kill him if you really want it. Additionally, the armored bandit armor is within this room downstairs. From here, head to this location on the map. Here we can find this corpse and very close by a familiar looking scanner. Activate the scanner and back away. Retrieve the artifact and either brace for a fight or run. Head towards this tunnel on the map. Head inside and avoid the anomalies. Use your scanner to find the artifact, and there is a safe at the end of the tunnel. I'm not certain the side dog spawn is fixed here. I think I may have dragged it over from the scanner, as sometimes it appears and sometimes it doesn't. Once done here, it's advised you enter this tunnel. Keep to the side here and enter this small opening. On the other side is a bucket submachine gun and supplies. Heading back out but turning towards the opposite way we came in. We do come out into an anomaly field. Naturally, take out your scanner and begin searching. These anomalies are relatively easy. They slowly home in on you if you get too close, so do stay moving. You can pop them to stop them from moving for a time, but it's mostly unnecessary. Once done, head towards this location on the map. The easiest option is to then follow these power lines right to the edge. From here, drop down onto the roof below and collect your final piece of armor, the Wings of Freedom suit. From here, you're in a prime position to tackle the remainder of garbage. There is currently a compact pistol and silencer, 3 artifacts, and a stash containing a 45-round magazine left for us to acquire. First, head all the way south to this location on the map, head inside this building and take the key from inside this television, head back outside and open the door to the garage. Fair warning, be prepared for an interesting fight, possibly save prior to doing this. Once done, head inside the garage and grab the 45-round magazine for either the Drowned or the Contender assault rifles. After this, head through town towards these pig pens. Resolve this situation, however, but head inside this pen and down the far end can be found a stash containing the compact pistol with the silencer attachment. From here, head to this location on the map. Head to reception and retrieve this key from the desk. Head downstairs and unlock the door. Deal with the poltergeist roaming down here. They are quite susceptible to the anomalies. Once done, head through the basement towards the corpse indicator on your compass. You can run donuts and try to loot the corpse quickly here, but either way retrieve the key. Additionally, there is an artifact down here, so grab that before leaving. Head out of the basement the opposite way we came in, run through the corridor to these double orange doors. There's one more location for us to visit on the way, and it's right here on the map. Once here, we will find Volvo stranded in the middle of the anomaly field. Simply make your way over and speak with him to initiate the side quest. Be cautious when guiding him, as he is quite frail. Once he's safe, he will offer you an artifact or coupons as a reward. Once resolved, head towards the main entrance to the building itself. Upstairs, you'll find this safe. The code hint is on the roof, and it is a little bit cryptic, so feel free to figure it out for yourself. Otherwise, just copy what I do on screen. Once done here, head back outside and into the anomaly field. Take out your scanner and begin searching. Moving on to the next section of this guide, which is of course the chemical plant. The main gear we will acquire is the following: the PSZ-20W convoy armor, the PSC-12V Bulat armor, the mercenary's jumpsuit, the trophy unique weapon, the Grom S14 with a grenade launcher attachment, the Mark 1 EMR rifle with an ACOG 4x attachment, the compact pistol with a silencer and extended magazine attachments, as well as a holographic sight attachment for SMGs such as the Bucket, a PA-10 gas mask and a PA-7 gas mask, as well as a handful of artifacts, all the blueprints, and a bunch of additional weapons and supplies along the way. A few side notes before we do get started: there is no stash storage within the chemical plant zone itself. There are multiple options within the zones neighbouring the chemical plant, but they will mostly depend on individual progression. With that in mind, it is not realistic to collect all of this gear within one run. For anyone who does not have a stash and or hub to quickly access from this zone, then the best basic option is to routinely visit this small building marked here on the map. From here, we can use the guide to travel to either Zalissya or the slag heap. The slag heap being the cheaper of the two options. We can of course take the guide straight back to here and then return to looting. In addition to the original intro, it's important to add that 3 separate blueprints were missed within this region. One of these can be obtained at any point. The other 2 require main story quest progression and can be acquired within a relatively short time of one another. Everything missed within this region has been included at the end of this original video, with full instructions as to when exactly they can all be acquired. To begin our journey, we will be starting from this location here on the map. The first thing I recommend to do is accept this side quest from Mateus. I'm not entirely sure if their side quest is needed to obtain all of the gear, but it's worth accepting nonetheless. Our next location will be the quest marker itself, found right here on the map. Once here, we should begin clearing out this hole of all of its enemies. Once going inside the hole, a compact pistol, suppressor and extended magazine can all be found within this smaller hole right here. Heading out of the room and eventually making it back outside, head up onto this railing and make your way over to the walkway. Here you can find an artifact. Next, drop down and begin scanning for an additional artifact. Before returning to Matthias, it is advised we first head towards this location here on the map. Once here, we can come to this part of the facility and either climb or crouch into this fenced off section. Here we can find a PA7 gas mask. On the return to Matthias, you will be approached by a scientist regarding the artifact you just found. Resolve this entire situation however you like. There's no more gear tied to this quest line as of now. Once done here, head further north towards this marker on the map. Here we can find an anomaly field with an artifact inside of it. Once retrieving the artifact, there is a perfect condition M860 cracker within the building itself. Simply navigate through the anomalies and retrieve it from this display. Once done here, I advise heading further north to this location here on the map. First, head inside this overlook and retrieve the key from this side. Now head outside and over to this small building. This is a teleportation anomaly, so don't worry. The next section may test your patience and platforming a little bit. Simply follow the route I take, being quick in certain areas and taking your time in others. If you fail, simply head back over to the teleportation anomaly. Once done, you will be teleported to our next location. Where we are specifically is inaccessible without the teleportation anomalies. Carefully head on down until eventually reaching these rooms. Make your way through to find the convoy armor sitting right here. Next, head outside and make your way further down. I advised first heading over here and retrieving the stash from the top of the chemical tanks. Here we can find a magazine feed for the M860 cracker shotgun. Next, head towards the other side of the facility before entering the room with Yarrick inside. First, jump over to this tank and find the holographic sight on top. Now would be an advisable time to return to a stash box and unload some of this gear. To continue our journey, we should first head north towards this location here. Once here, we will likely have to fight a poltergeist. Once things are safe, head up this ladder, but be cautious of the anomalies directly at the top. Next, head back up and jump over to this ladder here. Following the rooftops with the scanner in hand, locate the artifact before getting ready to leave. Our next location is just a brief stop at this facility here. Head inside the main building and locate the stairs. Behind the stairs itself is this stash with the PA-10 gas mask inside. Next, we want to head a little bit southwest towards this facility here. There are a number of guns to be found on the bodies here, most notably the SPSA shotgun and the Grom S14. Once done here, head a little bit west and cross over this bridge, head southeast towards this bog and retrieve the artifact. On the other side of the bog is a large safe protruding from the ground. Inside here is an additional blueprint and supplies. We have two options here. The final location of this route is a very tough fight that will likely cost a lot of ammo and maybe some meds. So if you're quite heavy, then returning here after unloading gear would be wise. If you're feeling brave, then attempt to complete this first. Otherwise, just start here on the third and final run. With that said, I will timestamp this as the third run as of now. To begin our third run, we want to head towards this location here on the map. I advise being well stocked on ammo, meds and drinks. I won't spoil it, but this fight is quite the challenge compared to anything up to this point. Speak with this NPC and agree to help him. Shortly after, an enemy will spawn and you will have to defeat it to progress the quest. Once done, speak with the NPC again and he will reward you a stash location. A quick side note, I don't know how effective this vantage point may be, but you can maneuver up the building into the ceiling the NPC uses himself. This may or may not be helpful in the actual fight. I personally ran around healing and getting long sight lines. Once ready, head north towards this pier. The stash will not spawn prior to being given the hint via the NPC. It may be possible to just kill him and take the hint off his body. However, I did not test it. Once done, head directly west towards this large facility. Begin maneuvering your way upstairs until reaching the roof. From here, we can continue further upwards until eventually entering this room with the mercenary jumpsuit sitting right here at the back. Heading back outside, we can find the large anomaly field, which of course does have an artifact. Once finding the artifact, get ready to move on. Now we want to head almost directly southeast towards this bog here. This can be a bit of a frustrating anomaly, so it is wise to save first. The general gist is the anomaly will spawn multiple phantom artifacts as well as wraiths that will periodically damage you. It's important to monitor your health whilst in here. The best strategy I found was to try and locate the artifact as quickly as possible, as the longer you spend inside, the worse things become. If you fail to do so in time, consider leaving and getting quite some distance before eventually resetting the effects and trying again. Once done, head slightly northeast towards these bunkers here. Next to this bunker are some grenades. Simply throw a grenade inside of the hole to set off a chain reaction. This will blow a hole in the other bunker, which will reveal a stash with the unique weapon trophy inside. Next, we want to head directly east towards this facility here. First, this watchtower to the north has a DMR with some ammo. Next, we want to head over to this building here. We want to access it by first climbing onto the truck and then into this window. From here, head into this room and retrieve the key from the desk. Next, head back outside and to the west side of this facility. We can find the building where the key can be used. Word of warning, you're in for an interesting fight when heading into this room. Once done, there is a 4-digit combination on this wall. Memorize this and return to the previous building. Once here, we can enter this code into this pad to retrieve the Bula armor. For our final location, we want to head further east to this tunnel entrance right here. Enter the tunnel and continue on through. There will be enemies inside of here. Head to the back of this room to access the artifact next to the dead body. There is also a vault inside this cave with the protective coating blueprint. During the main quest line, you will eventually be tasked with contacting Professor Dupalov, who is located right here on the map. Once you have access to this facility, head into this large room and head for these pipes. Follow the path on screen to locate this stash, which does contain the chainmail inserts blueprint for the SEVA suit. Once having spoken with Professor Dupalov for the first time, you will shortly be directed over to this facility here. Whilst following this questline through, you'll locate this room with a controller mutant inside. This quest is currently booked. Follow the path on screen and you'll likely find an empty space right here where the stash should be. If you can't find it, then simply complete this quest and leave this facility. Once you have done, find a technician to install the main quest modifications and then return back to this facility once you have done. This should cause the enemies to spawn in that should have spawned in during the quest. It also should have spawned in this stash, which does contain the counterweight blueprint for the APSB sidearm. You may need to very well visit a technician outside of the chemical plant and or sleep inside of a bed up to a couple of times before this stash spawns in. But at least completing the quest and installing the main quest modification seems to be a requirement to have this stash spawn in. Our next location is this facility to the far north, marked right here on the map. Simply climb to the rooftops here and follow the path on screen to locate this stash, which does contain the rubber layer blueprint for the AS Lavina. Moving on to the next section of this guide, which is of course Wild Island. The main gear we will acquire is the following: the bear scanner, the unique Link sniper rifle, 2 RPG launchers, the Bucket S2 SMG with extended magazine, the SIRCAA armor set, the mercenary armor set, the aero protection gas mask, as well as the Aurora gas mask, as well as a handful of artifacts, all the blueprints, and a bunch of additional weapons and supplies along the way. A few side notes before we do get started: until progressing the main quest to a certain point, you will not have access to a shop or technician, so do bear this in mind. You do still have access to a stash, so it's not all bad news. Regardless of this, some of the gear covered in this guide can only be acquired by advancing the main story, but I'll cover that more as we go. Other than that, let's get started. The beginning location for our journey is the sawmill located right here on the map. It's likely that you will be progressing the main quest when you arrive here for the first time. Either before or after doing so, head towards this building at the north of the settlement. Here we can climb through this window and make our way through the building to retrieve an AKM. Next, we want to head south down to this location marked on the map. There is a side quest here, but it is not relevant to the gear, so resolve this however you like. Once ready, head to the pier, and at the far end and inside of this boat, we can find the armoured bandit jacket. For our next location, we want to head southwest towards this marker here on the map. Once we're here, we do have quite the linear path to follow over to the island on the other side. Whilst travelling this path, we will enter this building. before heading on through the building, cross over to this side of the walkway to find the Aurora gas mask right here. I advise progressing the main story next and getting to the point in which we are asked to investigate this facility. Prior to this point, but still during the main story, we will be tasked with deactivating a signal on top of the Noon facility itself. Once completing this and returning to the doctor, we will be awarded the Bear scanner. Either before, during, or after this, the first location we should visit is marked here on the map. Here we can find 2 damaged RPG launchers atop of these barrels. There is a room at the back of the facility with a burrower inside. Engaging and or killing this burrower will trigger another to aggro from outside. Once resolving this, there is a stash within the room containing the Aramid lining for the SEVA D suit and a tactical pistol suppressor. From here, we want to visit this location here on the map. Once here, we can enter this cave. Fair word of warning, I was not able to progress through the cave past a certain point. I was fortunately able to retrieve the artifact here, however I wasn't able to acquire the SVD sniper rifle located a little bit further on. There is a story mission tied to this location, so it may be possible then that, or I simply didn't have enough chem resistance, but due to practically insta-dying at the same spot, I would assume it's the former. Our next location is just here on the map. Here, we can enter this small mineshaft to find the zircon armor behind this minecart. As soon as you enter the mineshaft, you will trigger a swarm of rats, so do be cautious. Next, we should head towards this facility marked right here on the map. Inside of the building, we can find a vault, and inside of the vault, we can find a bucket SMG. Our next location is a little bit south here on the map. Here we can simply navigate the gravitational anomaly field to retrieve the artifact. Now would be a good time to unload all of this gear and get ready to head a little bit further out. Next, it's advised we first go to this location on the map. Once here, we will find this bus stop, which should have some side block within. Our next location is just right here on the map. Using the side block, we can advance into this anomaly field and give ourselves much better odds at locating the artifact. It will not stop phantom artifacts from appearing, but it will stop the wraiths from spawning. For the sake of the route, I'd advise the next location being the quest objective itself, at this facility right here. Upon arriving here, we can first head to this small building with the locked door. The solution to this puzzle is within the bus just next to the building. The only advice I will provide is, there is a small hint in the room itself which will help with what you're actually looking for within the bus to identify the correct code. Otherwise, just copy the same code I use on screen. Once inside, you will find the aero protection gas mask. Once progressing the quest, finding the key and making your way into the underground, you will enter this sewer system. Simply head around this corner before going up the ladder. Here you can find an extended magazine for the bucket SMG. At this point, it is advised to progress the main story until being able to leave this facility. Our next location is northeast of the island, right here on the map. Once here, we can find enemies within this building. Also inside of the building is a couple of snorks locked up in a cage. We can open the cage via this lever on the wall. Once dealing with the snorks, inside the cage is the mercenary armor set. The next location for this guide is this anomaly field marked right here on the map. You can enter through either side and simply swipe the artifact on your way through. You can use a side block if you want to, but it's not necessary. The final location for this guide is the Noon HQ itself. Once returning here, we can cash in our quest, and our reward is the Lynx legendary sniper rifle.
Why would you give it to a stalker, but...
Moving on to the next section of this guide, which is of course CORDON. The main gear we will acquire is the following: the mercenary suit, the SSP-99 ecologist armor, the PSZ-7 military armor, 2 legendary AK-74Us, named special and they are identical to one another, the SP-SA shotgun, the AS Lavina, the Aurora Gasmask, as well as all of the artifacts, all of the blueprints, and a bunch of additional weapons and supplies along the way. A quick side note before we get started: a portion of this guide relies upon first progressing the main story, at least to the point where Quiet will request for you to visit him. Upon doing so, he will give you a side quest for within the Cordon zone. You can follow the majority of this guide without the side quest, however, the SSP-99 ecologist suit is locked behind it. For full guides on all of the zones prior to Cordon, feel free to check out the channel. Otherwise, let's get started. Our first location for this guide is naturally Quiet himself, located just here on the map. We first want to collect his quest before heading into Cordon.
You had a job for me, right?
Next, we want to head into Cordon from its northern entrance right here on the map. Inside of the building and upstairs, we can find an Aurora gas mask on the desk right here. Heading outside of the building and around the back, we can find this stash containing the counterweight blueprint for the Carod. Our next location is just a little bit south, right here on the map. Here we can simply navigate this anomaly field to retrieve the artifact. There is a stash hint within the cabin of this truck. I don't know if it's required for the stash to spawn, but worth grabbing nonetheless. Once done here, our next location is south, just here on the map. Here, we simply want to enter this building and head up the ladder. Head through this doorway and mind your step. In the corner is the mercenary armor. Once done here, our next location is southwest, just here on the map. Here, we can navigate onto the rooftop of the northern barn. On the roof, we can come to this corner and shoot the lock off the door to the room beneath us. Once done, head down and inside to find a generator and lever on the wall. Simply start the generator and pull the lever. Head outside, and at the opposite end of the barn, the door will be unlocked, and inside you'll find a pretty decent stash. Our next location is this bridge, just a little bit south from the last location. Once here, we can head up from the western side towards this train cart. Heading to the far end and inside, we can find this stash containing an extended mag for the AR-416. Once done, head just a little south towards this settlement here. Once here, you'll likely find Stet on the ground and in need of meds. Handle this entire scenario however you like, but the important information is Stet does have 2 legendary guns on his person. They're called special and they are identical. Regardless of how you resolve this, I'm fairly sure both stashes spawn in regardless of having the hints. Simply continue heading upwards until reaching this stash right here. Once you have this, make your way onto the rooftop and head to the opposite side. To find the final stash tucked away just here. For our next location, head a little bit east towards this facility on the map. Once here, simply head inside this building and head upstairs. Once at the top, there is an SPSA shotgun in this corner. Now would be an advisable time to head towards Cordon's hub, located right here on the map. Whilst here, we have full access to a stash, vendor, technician, bed, and a guide. Whilst here, we can also head towards these two buildings on the edge of town. We can begin climbing to the roofs from this building here and jump over to the adjacent rooftop. If we now head over to the far end and crouch just here, we can find the stash tucked away underneath the roof itself. There are a couple of additional locations located around Cordon's hub. We'll go through all three before covering the final piece of loot, which is tied to Quiet's Sidequest. Our first location is just a little bit north of Cordon's hub, just here on the map. Here we can find this anomaly field. Same as usual, navigate through and retrieve the artifact. Our second location is east of Cordon's hub, just here on the map. Caution is advised before pursuing this loot, as once we retrieve it, we will spawn a tough opponent at the entrance. A tough fight amongst gravitational anomalies will ensue, so save before coming in and consider possibly just grabbing the loot and escaping best you can. Our next location is a little bit south of the Cordon's hub. Once here, simply head inside the barracks, and at the far end is the PSZ-7 military armor. Outside of the building and just behind this outhouse is also a decent stash. Once done, it's advised to hit up Cordon's hub one last time before heading out to wrap up on this final side quest.
26, 8.
When ready, our final location is marked just here on the map. I won't spoil much of this side quest, however, when approaching this segment, there is an obvious crack in this wall. Aim through and shoot the explosive container on the other side. Once done, press the button here to open the first set of doors. Continuing on through, we can now access this room, which contains the old key. Next, you'll continue through the facility until reaching the quest objective here. The simplest solution is to kill the poltergeist nearby. Once done, the quest objective will be retrievable, either before, during, or after this, preferably after. Head through these rooms to find the door the old key unlocks right here. Let yourself in, and at the back of the room you will find the SSP-99 ecologist suit. Continue through the facility until eventually dropping outside to find an additional stash right at the exit. Moving on to the next section of this guide, which is of course ZATON. The main gear we will acquire is the following: the PSZ Hawk armor, the PSZ Convoy armor, the PSZ Guardian of Freedom armor, and the PSZ Universal Protections armor, as well as the SSP-99 Ecologist armor, the Marauder armor, the Armored Bandit jacket, and up to 4 sets of the Sunrise armor. The unique Predator shotgun, the unique soft mod and Flustercook assault rifles, the RPM-74 light machine gun, the Fora 221, the GP-37, the Saiga shotgun, as well as the VSD and VS Vintar sniper rifles. 2 Optician gas masks, 1 Hilka detector, as well as 1 arch artifact being Weird Water, as well as all of the other artifacts, every blueprint and attachment within the zone, as well as a handful of additional weapons and supplies along the way. There are a few side notes before we get into this. First and foremost, I've ran this entire route parallel with the main story, so this full guide can be followed whilst progressing for any faction's main quest line. The only main differences between main quest allegiance is Wardens will be permitted access to the Icarus hub. This is under Warden control. There are a couple of side quests only available available for those allianced with the ward. There is also the Convoy armor set and SSP-99 Ecologist armor set within this hub that is inaccessible to those outside of this quest line, as they are locked behind quest progression. The SSP-99 Ecologist armor is not a free reward. It comes with built-in C protections and will require a side quest to be completed and purchasing for 40k coupons. I will share more details when we come to this point in the guide. Parallel to this, those on the Stalker main quest line will gain access to a facility that does have an RMBW2 time scope within it. Aside from these slight differences, the experience within ZATON will more or less be the same. ZATON is the biggest region within Stalker 2. It's basically the size of the Lesser Zone, Garbage, and the Chemical Plant combined. I tried to trim off unnecessary areas, but due to the locations of either very useful and or unique gear, we practically visit every location within this zone anyway, meaning we are covering pretty much everything. There are a total of 5 individual routes. The first starts from the north and the other 4 start from either of the twin hubs of this zone, which are the derelict ships, the Shevchenko and the Sul tanks. I've done my best to spoil as little as possible. I'll simply be telling you where to go and where the good stuff is. If it wasn't obvious, this guide is absolutely rammed, and I suspect it will be the biggest and most compact gear guide I make for Stalker 2, so do strap yourself in and let's get started. Our journey starts from the north, where we will all enter ZATON for the first time. Our first location is this facility marked here on the map. First, we want to head towards this stack of concrete, use this to gain access to the nearby structure, and then begin following the same route on screen. At the top of this ladder is a stash, and we can also look around to find the code for a nearby lock. Once done, head down and towards the southwest side of the facility. Here we will find this locked room with the PSZ Hawk armor inside. Next, head just over the way to find this building right here. Head inside and navigate around into this room. We can find a unique assault rifle, the soft mod, right here. Next, we want to head south towards this facility right here on the map. Once here, head inside this warehouse building. Jump onto the shelves and use them to navigate over to the blocked off section at the back of the warehouse. Here you'll find a protective coating blueprint for the SEVA 5 suit. Next, head over to the main building of this facility. Here we can begin scanning for an artifact. Once retrieved, head upstairs onto the walkway and navigate through the anomalies to find this stash containing 2 Optician gas masks. After this, if running the ward main quest line, then I do suggest visiting this location right here and wrapping up on the main quest. For the sake of the convoy armor, we will cover it right now. Anyone else, feel free to skip forward to this timestamp. The convoy armor can be located at the top of this tower. First, we need to progress the main story here. Once given the objectives scattered around the facility, the door at the base of the tower will now be open. Simply make your way up to the very top and activate the quest objective.
I'm not telling anyone. And you don't tell anyone.
Once done, carefully drop down to the ledge on the opposite side to find the convoy armor and a stash sitting right here. When making your way down the tower, be very careful at this specific ladder, as personally I tend to walk before turning and this drop will kill you. It is advised to progress this questline until being tasked with investigating the Echo facility, at which point come back to this guide to continue. As a side note, the main story will later on suggest you acquire a C-resistant suit before progressing out of ZATON entirely. Once you are given Echo Station as your next main quest objective, there is a side quest that becomes available within Camp Icarus. Speak with the technician to receive it. If you do complete this side quest, then the technician will sell you an SSP-99 ecologist suit with built-in C protections. I will bring this up later on in the guide once it does become available for purchase. For anyone who does want this suit, I'd advise completing this side quest now before continuing with the guide. Our next location is marked just here on the map. First, we can locate an artifact here with our scanner. Next, head over to the stage at the back of the settlement. There's nothing inside of this vault, and opening it will initiate combat. Head around the back of the stage and drop inside to find a Predator shotgun right here. Our next location is within this region of the map. For anyone following the Stalker questline, this will be where we want to progress our quest. Regardless of allegiance, it is advised to descend into the pit and make your way through. On the other side of the pit, you will come out at this exit. Here we can scan and locate an additional artifact. Next, we want to head a little bit east towards these rocks. From here, we can use this large rock to enter this small cave system. On the other end of the cave, we can find a 40221 beside this stash. Our next location is just a little bit southeast, right here on the map. Here we can find this cave entrance. Enter and begin locating another artifact. Once done, we can also find this GP37 next to this corpse at the back of the cave system. Our next location is the Soul Tanks, marked right here on the map. We will want to offload all of this gear and prepare ourselves to head back out. Whilst here, we should speak to the bartender and accept the side quest. Next, speak with the Sultan to progress this. This is all we need to do for now. Our first route will cover the north of the map. I do recommend leaving the Soul Tanks between 5 PM and 6 PM, maybe a little bit earlier, as our second location will be the Weird Water artifact, and it can only be acquired gone 10 PM. The best strategy, however, requires us to be there just before 10 PM, so giving ourselves time to cover the first location and then get into position for the Weird Water artifact would be best. By my timing, 5 PM should be all the time you need. Sleeping passes 7 hours at a time, and the in-game time can be found in the top right-hand corner of the PDA. Our first location is north of the Soul Tanks, right here on the map. Here we can first enter this building by climbing onto the roof and then dropping into the attic. Here we can find the OZK Explorer suit and some other goodies. Next, head outside and over to this building here. Once again, make your way to the roof and then simply drop inside. Here we can find another stash. Finally, head over to this building, and here on the shelf, we can find a random shotgun spawn too. Next, we want to head straight north of this location to this marker on the map. Here you'll first see this raised landmass. Essentially, what is about to happen is come 10 PM, this area will become pitch black, our flashlight will fail to work, and the only light provided will be from dancing light anomalies, which will damage us if we get too close. As soon as 10 PM starts, the artifact will spawn. Now, its spawn location is restricted to on or immediately around these rocks on the outside of this landmass. Saving and loading does change the location of the artifact, meaning you can quite simply choose this rock in the video, save before 10 PM, and then keep reloading the save until the artifact spawns at your feet. Alternatively, you can run around in the dark and try and find it, but this isn't advised as it is very hard to see without adjusting the settings. My best advice is choose either rock from this video, save a few minutes before 10 PM, and then save scum it until you have the artifact. I have read reports that apparently the artifact can spawn and clip through the terrain, thus resulting in it not being attainable. I never had this happen to myself, and after roughly 30 minutes of testing, I could quite consistently just get it to spawn at my feet with just a few attempts. Our next location is this small facility right here on the map. There is somewhat of a side quest here. First, when we arrive, there will be two separate groups that shortly initiate into a fight with one another. Both will be hostile towards ourselves regardless. Once resolving this, we will be asked to save some prisoners. The key is located inside of a stash on this roof. Along with the coupled AK magazine attachment. The only FYI here is the 3 prisoners do all have a set of sunrise armor on their inventories. Make of this what you will. Our next location for this route is just a little bit west towards this small building right here. Here we can simply head inside to find the armored bandit jacket sitting right on this shelf. Our next location is probably the most dangerous in the entirety of this zone. I'm fairly certain a Chimera spawns here regardless of time of day, so I advise coming prepared and with plenty of ammo. The reward is only an ordinary VS Vintar and a decent stash. There is a safe spot on top of these barrels just a little bit down the tracks. My best advice is to bait the Chimera over first and then get on the barrels once it's close. With any luck and some patience, it should get stuck right here. I advise we next head back to the Sultansk and offload some of this gear. At this point, it is advised that anyone running the Stalker story will want to visit this location southwest of the Sultansk in order to progress the main quest. Once here, you will enter this room within the facility and miss the fruit punch anomalies down here. Head towards this ladder. Simply climb it to find a 2x RMBW attachment and some other goodies. This is the only loot of note within this facility. Next, we do want to head to the Shevchenko, marked right here on the map. Whilst here, we should collect the side quest from Beard and get ready to head on out.
I think.
Good to know.
Our third route is covering some of the southern section of the map. Our first location is just southeast of the Shevchenko, marked right here on the map. First, we can find an artifact located next to this corpse beside this rock. After this, head on over to the facility to resolve the side quest.
I hope your pockets ain't empty. The ringmaster wouldn't like that.
Once done, our next location is a little bit east at this marker on the map. Here we can simply find an M860 Cracker shotgun inside of this ship. Next, begin to head upstairs and then eventually up this ladder to find an additional stash. Our next location is this anomaly field just north of the previous location. Here we can simply once again take out our detector and begin scanning for the artifact. Once done, our next location is this large facility just to the north. This should be the main quest marker for everyone at this point. Wardens will have visited Camp Icarus and progressed to this point, and Stalkers should have investigated both Alpha and Bravo teams to then be given this objective also. Once here, we want to first head to the back of this large building. Here we will find this ladder, use the ladder to access the roof and follow the path until reaching this window where you can safely climb inside and find the sunrise suit next to this stash. Next, we can safely make our way down to the ground floor. A quick little Easter egg here, if anyone could translate this for me in the comments, then that would be much appreciated. Next, head to the back of the facility and towards this door, progress the main story and then begin heading back to the Shevchenko.
He's right.
The main story does give us two options here. There is no difference whatsoever between these choices, other than accessibility. I believe it was done in case one of the ships were unavailable for whatever reason. Regardless, progress the main story, cash in on your side quest with Beard, unload loot and gear up for our next outing. For anyone progressing the Warden's questline, the SSP-99 Ecologist armor will now be available for purchase within Camp Icarus. Simply make your way over and the technician will inform you of such when you're close by. For our first location of the eastern route, we want to head north of the Sultansk at this marker here on the map. Here we will find this tunnel entrance. Inside here are some planks covering this small tunnel. Head inside to find a stash containing the PSO 4x scope. Our next location is just a little further northeast towards this anomaly field right here. Here we can quite simply begin scanning for the artifact. I highly suggest starting your search from the top, as there is a chance that the artifact might not even be within the field itself. Once done here, begin heading far north towards this facility right here on the map. On the corner of the facility is this locked room. For anyone wishing to find the code, head into the large building just to the north. Begin heading upstairs until coming up against this controller. Once killing the controller, there is a collar on his inventory containing the code. For those who don't want to do this, simply copy the code off screen. Next, head around the back of this small building and make your way onto the roof using these boxes. Navigate through the anomalies on top to find an SVD sniper rifle. Next, we want to head around to the other end of this facility, right here on the map. Here, we can first begin heading up onto this crane. Once navigating through the anomalies, we can find a stash right here. Next, we want to make our way down into the anomaly field itself. Here we can use our detector to locate an artifact. Next, we want to head east along this path until we reach this open pipe. Head in and immediately turn left. Follow this through to locate a scanner with an additional artifact inside. Next, head back outside the way we came in, and at the far end of the same path, we can find an additional artifact right here. Lastly, for this location, begin heading north towards these buildings at the top of the facility. Inside of this small building and behind these boxes, we can find the PSZ Guardian of Freedom suit. Once done, head south towards this marker on the map. First, head to the bottom of the docks to gain access to the ship itself. Once on board, I suggest heading over to the opposite end of the ship entirely. Begin making your way up and eventually locate this room with the Marauder armor set and a stash inside. Next, head back to the other end of the ship, head up to the top and use the hatch to gain access to the bunker. Once inside, a Hilka detector can be found right beside the quest objective. Our next location is on the way back to the Sultansk, just here on the map. Here we can simply find this abandoned ship, head around the back and follow this through until eventually finding this table upstairs with a GP-37 rifle. Finally, we want to head back to the Sultansk, unload all of this gear, cash in on our side quest with the Sultan and prepare to head back out. Before we do, we should speak with the bartender once again. She will have a new side quest for us. Accept this and head on over to the quest objective right here on the map. Simply climb this tower and eliminate the enemy. Here you will find a unique weapon, Flustercock. My best advice for this side quest is to ignore trying to snipe either target. Simply descend back down the ladders and head on over to the quest objective. Here you'll be radioed that reinforcements have eliminated the targets instead. Simply head inside the building. Inside of this stash is a blueprint for the return mechanism sleeve tightener for the VS YANTAR. Both corpses will have loot, but most importantly we can find an RPM LMG on the Sultan. Lastly, behind the bodies and inside of this locker is a random weapon spawn. The reason we head on over instead of trying to snipe our targets is due to the bodies disappearing through the floor and becoming unlootable. So if you don't care about the light machine gun, then proceed however you like. Once done, I do advise once again heading to either the Sultansk or Shevchenko and offloading extra gear and preparing for the final route. The final route starts from the main quest objective itself, right here on the map. Here we will run into Trapper. Simply progress through this part of the quest until being given your next quest objective. Our next location is marked right here on the map. Simply head inside this cave entrance and take an immediate left to initiate the cutscene. Once this cutscene has been resolved, a damaged Saiga shotgun can be found on the floor, practically right at your feet. Our next location is southeast of the last, at this small shack right here. Simply head inside to find a high capacity 4-221 and Karod magazine. Next, head a little bit southwest towards this anomaly field on the map. Here, it is possible for 2 separate artifacts to spawn, so try and track them both down before wrapping up. Once done, our final location is just a little bit north at this marker right here on the map. In this facility, we can begin climbing these containers. Simply head over to this stack. And inside can be found a stash and the PSZ Universal Protection Armor. Moving on to the next section of this guide, which is of course the swamps. The main gear we will acquire is the following: the SSP-99 Ecologist suit, the Guardian of Freedom suit and the Mercenary armor, the unique sidearm, the Deadeye, the GP-37 with an extended magazine attachment, the VS YANTAR sniper also with an extended magazine attachment, the SVD sniper rifle, the RPG launcher and a 1 in 4 chance of getting a Rhino hand cannon from a random weapon spawn, as well as all of the artifacts, every blueprint and attachment within this zone, as well as a handful of additional weapons and supplies along the way. There are a few side notes before we get into this. First and foremost, I've ran this entire guide parallel with the main story. There are no differences between main story allegiance, meaning everyone can follow this entire guide with no issues. We are given the optional quest objective of obtaining a suit with C protections. Our first location in this guide will be an SSP-99 Ecologist suit with this specific upgrade built in. So if you don't have one already, I recommend grabbing this before going in, as it will make things slightly easier. An additional piece of advice that I do have is the Arch artifact Weird Water from the ZATON region can come in very handy with this section of the game. The Weird Water artifact increases max carrying capacity by a total of 40 kg. However, it does cause the wearer to suffer from intoxicated effects. Normally, I wouldn't advise this. However, the swamp doesn't have a hub location, meaning we have no easy access to a stash here. For anyone wishing to collect everything, you would do well to bring this artifact along and then only equip it when returning all the way back to ZATON to use your stash. The negative effects are barely noticeable when only sprinting across map, and I really don't think there's a better alternative to collecting everything. I will advise on certain points that would be most appropriate to return. This entire zone can be completed with only returning the once. That's what I did myself. I have done my best to spoil as little as possible. I'll simply point you in the right direction and tell you where the good stuff is. Other than that, let's get started. Our first location for the swamps is actually in the far west right here on the map. Here, we can navigate over to this isolated train cart. Then using this rock to access the train cart itself. The best advice I have here is jump at full sprint about halfway across the rock, definitely before reaching the very edge, otherwise you will overshoot it. Inside, you can navigate through and find the Ecologist suit sat right here. This is the suit with built-in C protections. Next, we want to head outside the car and begin navigating south along the submerged train. Be very careful of the anomalies here, as they can drag you into the water and it is an instant death. When throwing your bolt, you may collapse both anomalies at once, causing you to get caught by the second if you're not aware, so do bear this in mind. At the south end of this island, you'll find a scanner with the crown artifact inside. As a brief side note for anyone running the ecologist suit, it can be upgraded to allow for full artifact slots with one insulated slot. It may be worth upgrading this before heading further into the swamps. Our next location is very centered north of the swamps, right here on the map. First, we want to head towards this small building along the roadside. Here and in the back room is a random sidearm spawn. This can spawn either the PTM, the M10 Gordon, or the UDP compact pistol, but most interestingly, there is a chance that this can spawn the Rhino hand cannon. Once looting this, head south towards the settlement. At this building here, begin using the tractor to access the roof. Inside the roof space, pre-order players should be able to find a journalist stash containing the veteran sniper rifle. Otherwise, head downstairs to find this safe containing some goodies. Next, head over the road towards this building with the campfire outside. In the small back room, there is a booby trap, but more importantly, a VS Vintar, some other goodies, and some C-block, which may come in handy in the swamp itself. A word of caution, being seen entering this room by the nearby Stalkers will cause them to aggro you. Our next location is a little bit south at this marker right here on the map. Amidst this trailer camp there is an anomaly field. Simply take out your scanner and locate the artifact. Our next location is to the east at this marker right here on the map. I'd first advise immediately heading up the tower and disabling the quest objective. This will stop the current build-up of C effects within the area. Of course, we do have another anomaly field here, so when ready, use your scanner once again to locate the artifact. Our next location is further east at this building marked right here on the map. First, I advise heading into the church and eliminating the enemy that spawns here. Once done, notice these planks on the floor, break these and push on through the tunnel below. Follow this path to eventually access the roof. At the very top, you can disable the quest objective. Next, head back outside and descend this part of the building to access the stash below. Next, head back up and back into the church. On the other side of the roof space, we can break these planks to access an additional stash. Next, outside and in the northwest corner of the facility is this tunnel entrance. Simply enter inside until locating this locked door. Around the right hand side of the room is this crack in the wall. Use the shelves to gain a vantage point and shoot the plank blocking the door inside. Once heading into the room, you'll find a GP37 with a high capacity magazine and some other goodies. Our next location is to the south at this marker here on the map. Simply begin climbing the tower all the way to the top. Watch out for booby traps along the way. At the very top, you will find this SVD sniper along with a stash. Our next location is even further south at this old fishing hamlet marked here on the map. Before entering this location, be wary of the flashbang anomaly field here. If multiple flashbang anomalies damage you at once, they can very quickly kill you. They can be dodged, but not with 100% success. First, be prepared to follow this path on screen to get to the barn roof itself. From here, drop to this box and climb up to the stash. From here, take out your scanner and begin locating the artifact. Try and be quick, and I do recommend using energy drinks. Our next location is quite a bit west at this old base camp marked on the map. Here, you will find multiple zombies and one tough enemy. Once dealing with them all, head to the top of the facility to disable the quest objective. Once done, some goodies can be found inside the facility itself. I would advise equipping the Weird Water artifact and now making your way back to ZATON. Naturally, offload all of this gear, strip yourself down as light as you can, grab a few extra waters and energy drinks, and then head back down into the swamps. Our next location is on the western bank, right here on the map. Here, we can navigate over or through this bog to locate the Guardians of Freedom suit right behind this rock. Keep heading through this passage to find a stash containing the Aramid lining blueprint for the SEVA suit. The next location is the final quest objective right here on the map. Here, I once again advise disabling the quest objective first. Next, take out your scanner and begin locating the artifact that is very close by. Once done here, begin circling around the southern bank to this objective here on the map. You may be chased by an enemy here, and or an emission will initiate when approaching this wooden shack. My best advice is don't panic, simply make your way through the shack and out of the other side. Continue running towards the quest objective until locating this flashing light in the doorway ahead. Naturally, head inside here and a cutscene will initiate. During the cutscene, you will have acquired the unique Deadeye pistol, which is a very solid sidearm. Also, within this bunker, we can find some additional goodies. Immediately outside, I advise shutting off this C device. Once done, jump onto the metal bars here and use them to access the nearby roof. Head to the top and drop into this room. Find some goodies on the side here. Next, use your bolt on the anomaly to drop into the room below. Head into this room to first find this stash. Next, you'll find an RPG launcher on the table behind you. Pre-order players, the second journalist stash can be located in this barn. I am pretty sure it's behind this bed right here. Our next location is to the northeast, past this crashed heli to find this old hamlet. Here you can enter this building and in this small back room, break these planks to reveal a stash containing an extended mag, for the 221 and Carod. Next, take out your scanner and locate the nearby artifact. After this, we want to head further north towards this marker on the map. Here, you'll see this artifact on top of this rock. The jump can be a bit fiddly. I don't show footage of it here, but jumping to the right does seem to be easier. I do make it look easy in this video, so do bear this in mind. Our next location is just a little further north at this marker on the map. Here you will find this derelict ship. Head to the front left and enter through this hole. Follow the ship through until locating the stash upstairs with the mercenary armor beside it. Next, head back outside and running jump off this collapsed bridge to shortcut back into the main swamp itself. Our next location is north at this marker on the map. Here, we can navigate through the anomaly field to once again retrieve the artifact. At the center of this anomaly field is an AK spawn and a stash. Our final location are these islands marked right here on the map. My best advice is to head through the swamp water but stick to the reeds, as they signify water that is shallow enough to be walked through. Once navigating to the center, head over to the easternmost island. Here you'll find this stash containing an extended magazine for the VS YANTAR sniper. Moving on to the next section of this guide, which is of course SIRCAA. The main gear we will acquire is the following: the SSP-99 ecologist suit and the PSZ-20W convoy armor, the unique sidearm Gambit, a modded M860 Cracker shotgun and a modded 4-221 rifle, as well as an integral A submachine gun, the Mask 1 helmet, both artifacts within this location and all of the attachments and blueprints, as well as a handful of additional weapons and supplies along the way. There are a few side notes before we get into this. First and foremost, there is only one piece of loot unavailable to those allianced with the Ward, and it is the Mask 1 helmet. Everything else in this guide can be obtained by everyone. Every player will follow more or less the exact same path. I'm fairly certain that most, if not all, loot within this section can only be acquired during the main story quest that brings you to SIRCAA, meaning we will need to progress the main story up until this point in order to follow this guide. A word of caution, a lot of the loot can only be acquired at certain points, meaning be very diligent in how fast you progress through here. If you do go too fast, some loot will be unobtainable. This is a very linear and main story heavy section of the game. We won't be using the map much at all, as most loot is located underground. I will instead use small story beats and landmarks along the way. I have done my best to spoil as little as possible. I'll simply point you in the right direction and tell you where the good stuff is. Other than that, let's get started. Our first location is naturally the SIRCAA entrance. Progress the main story and then head into the facility.
Initiating guest protocol. Go ahead. They're waiting for you inside.
Begin heading towards the quest objective. Over the barrier and at the back of this section is a stash. Next, head inside of the facility. Once receiving Darlin's card, we will be directed to head up towards his suite. Before doing so, first head into the canteen area to find large amounts of water and energy drinks right here at the back. Next, begin heading up to Darlin's suite. Down the corridor and in Darlin's office, you will find this arrangement of pictures. Adjust the top right picture frame to reveal a safe. The hint for the safe code is found within Darlin's notes on the desk, or just simply copy off screen. Inside the safe, you will find the battery artifact. Once progressing the main story a little bit further, you will be given a unique sidearm Gambit during a conversation. Progress further into the main story until finally heading into the first underground facility. Whilst here, you'll find this corridor where a scientist will call for help. Head down the corridor and kill the Bayon mutant. Once done, speak with the scientist to receive a key. Continue heading upstairs, and once entering this room, you will find a door in the back corner. Use the key to open this, and inside is a decent stash. Next, we want to progress the story until heading into the simulation trials. In the first trial room that is full of anomalies, take out your detector to begin locating an artifact. Be cautious here, as if you progress into the next room, the door will close behind you and you will not be able to return to this room. Once done here, progress through the rest of the trials, and upon exiting, take a right into this locker room to find a modded M860 shotgun and a modded 40221 rifle, as well as the SSP-99 ecologist suit in the locker itself. The next piece of equipment will be unobtainable for anyone who has allianced themselves with the Ward. Upon making your third and final decision regarding the main story, shortly afterwards a long cutscene will play out involving Darlin and Strider. As soon as this cutscene ends, anyone not allianced with the Ward will find themselves in this tunnel. Simply follow it through to find the Mask 1 helmet inside of this stash. Next, we want to head to this location here on the map. Inside this building, there is a poltergeist to kill. Once dealt with, the USB drive, which is the quest marker, can be found on this desk. Heading out of this glass room, and to either side, there are additional stairways leading further down. Head down here, and under one of the stairways is a stash containing the return mechanism sleeve tightener for the Integral A submachine gun. The next location is upon exiting the entire facility itself. You'll head through a series of underground rooms and hallways until eventually arriving in this flooded room with electrified water. Once you've hit the lever and ascended the ladder, head along the walkway to this room, mind the booby traps along the way. Head inside the room to find the convoy armor sitting on top of this chair. The final location is just before reaching the final locked door. You will find a very hard to miss Integral A submachine gun just next to this corpse. I've added this brief section into the guide for after completing SIRCAA. This will change the world state of Stalker 2 quite a bit. Some previous side quests will be lost if not already completed, and some previously visited areas will now operate differently. Either during the main quest or in your own time, visit the Noontide HQ on Wild Island. Whilst here, visit the vendors below and you will be attacked by a bloodsucker mutant. Once dealing with them, you can find the Corundum armor set sitting right here. This is only available here once completing the SIRCAA region. Moving on to the next section of this guide, which is of course Malachite. The main gear we will acquire is the following: the PSZ-91 Falcon armor set, the unique Gordon SMG named the Gangster, a modded AR-416 with the hollow sight and grip attachments, the Ram-2 shotgun, the Zuber-19 and the Rhino sidearm, as well as all 4 of the artifacts, every blueprint and attachment within the zone, as well as a handful of additional weapons and supplies along the way. There are a few side notes before we get into this. First and foremost, I've ran this entire route parallel with the main story, so this full guide can be followed whilst progressing for any faction's main questline. There are no differences in main quest allegiance. All players will follow the same route, and all equipment can be collected regardless. We're pretty much doing a full circle around the map for all of the gear. This conveniently falls in with the main questline nicely, so do feel free to follow along. Malachite is not very big, so feel free to return to the hub and drop off loot whenever needed. Other than that, let's get started. Our first location is in the south, right here on the map. First, head into this small building to find a stash on the side right here. Next, head outside and into the bus just down the road. In the driver's cabin is this chest. Once done, head into the nearby facility and locate the small building in the northern section. Head inside, and in this large room is a hidden duffel bag containing the individual adjustment blueprint for the APSB. Next, head slightly northeast towards this marker on the map. Here along the road you'll find this tank. Simply head to the back of the tank to find an AK right here. Our next location is Malachite itself. I first advise heading round to the back of the facility at this marker on the map. Whilst here, you will find this ladder. Use this to ascend to the roof. Once here, drop onto these pipes and begin following them. I advise saving before each jump, as this fall will kill you. Cautiously make all 3 jumps and eventually reach this building here. Drop down onto the platform below. And then navigate over to the other part of the broken walkway here. Once on the other side, the PSZ-91 Falcon armor set and some other goodies can be found right here. Next, simply drop down into the anomaly field below and take out your scanner to begin locating the nearby artifact. Once done, I advise heading into Malachite's hub itself and resupplying. Whilst here, it is advised to speak with Victoria. She will have a side quest available. Accept this and then complete it as soon as possible. The final section of this guide will cover this quest and its rewards in more depth, but in a nutshell, she will have 2 locations for you to visit right now. Upon completing them both and returning, she will give you a 3rd location within the Malachite area that does hold the Ram 2 shotgun. Again, I will cover this more later on, but my best advice would be to go and complete this now and then continue with this guide once being given the 3rd and final location. Whilst here, we should also naturally progress the main story questline and prepare to head back out. Our next location is just south of Malachite at this marker on the map. Here, you'll find this large tunnel entrance. Simply head inside and roughly halfway down the tunnel, you will find this doorway. Head inside and kill the single Snork enemy. Once done, navigate over these pipes to find a stash at the back containing the plexiglass suit with steel wire mesh blueprint for the PSZ-91 Falcon armor. Next, drop down to find a random artifact on the floor and an additional stash inside of this hole. Our next location is the main quest marker itself, right here on the map. Simply follow this section through until reaching this segment right here. Inside this room and on the desk, you will find the unique gun gangster. Continue through until activating the main quest objective. Doing so will unlock this door. Head outside and immediately behind the door you'll find this ladder. Use this to ascend to the roof. And on the opposite side, jump down to access this stash containing the RPM extended magazine. Next, defeat the enemy at the center of this area and proceed to the opposite end right here on the map. Here, you'll first find this anomaly field. With scanner in hand, begin locating the artifact. Next, locate this duffel bag, also within the anomaly field, to find the arm servos blueprint for the operator exoskeleton. Our next location is this facility north, right here on the map. We currently cannot access here at this point of the game, as it is locked behind main quest progression, and it will be quite some time before we're there. I'm mentioning this facility as it does contain the Mask 1 helmet. It's not very hard to obtain at all. Essentially, once accessing here via the main quest, you'll have access to a couple of computer rooms, and the mask will be tucked behind one of the blue monitors. Our next location is this tunnel entrance marked right here on the map. Here, we can quite simply head inside to find a stash and some other goodies within the train car. Our next location is a little further north at this facility right here. First, head onto these containers to access the nearby warehouse. Once inside, I do advise staying high as booby traps litter the floor. First, activate the generator to the right hand side, and then the lever at the back of the room to unlock the door. Next to the lever is this stash and a Zuba 19 in the box just next to it. Next, head outside and towards the northern part of this facility. Here you'll find this ladder. Head on up and cautiously make your way over to this platform. Here you can destroy the planks to access the stash inside, which does contain the return mechanism sleeve tightener for the RAM 2. Once done, head on down and just a little bit east is this anomaly field. Take out your scanner to locate the artifact. Our next location is just a little bit east of the last, right here on the map. Here we can head towards this ladder to access the walkway above. In and around this entire area is a series of numbers, which does contain the code for the locked door. Veterans of the series may know this code already, as it has not changed from Stalker Shadow of Chernobyl. Regardless, feel free to copy off screen. Inside this locked room, you will find an upgraded AR-416 with holographic sight and hand grip attachments. Our next location is just south, right here on the map. Here you'll find this downed heli. Simply head inside to find a Rhino sidearm right here. Our final location is this facility marked on the map. As previously mentioned, I do recommend having progressed Victoria's side quest until being directed here, as it will save time and ultimately make this section a little bit easier. First, head towards this corner of the facility on the map. For anyone following the quest line, you will find a scientist right here. Regardless, everyone will want to head inside of this room and then aim through the window to shoot the plank off the nearby door. Once done, head around the front of the facility to access the building via the main door. For anyone not following the quest line, the walkway above can be accessed by using the anomaly. I do not recommend this, as I was not able to figure out a consistent way of accessing it. I don't have any best advice, as multiple ways would work, but not consistently. I do advise just simply following the quest line instead. Regardless of method, once inside the building, begin climbing these containers. Follow them around to locate this stash within this container. Once done, head inside the back room and open the previously blocked door. Head inside to find a stash right here. And then look directly behind the safe to locate a RAM 2 shotgun on the floor. That is it for the Malachite gear guide, folks. I do have a range of guides on my channel, and I am working on many more, so do feel free to stop on by. Otherwise, thanks for watching, and until next time, peace. Moving on to the next section of this guide, which is of course ROSTOK. The main gear we will acquire is the following: the Beryl 5M armoured suit, up to 2 sets of the SEVA V suit and the tactical helmet, the unique SBSA shotgun named Sledgehammer, the unique RPM light machine gun named Glutton, the unique VS Vintar sniper rifle named Merc, the M701 Super, the Carrot assault rifle, and the Rhino sidearm, as well as all 4 of the artifacts, every blueprint and attachment within this zone, as well as a handful of additional weapons and supplies along the way. There are a few side notes before we get into this. First and foremost, I've ran this entire route parallel with the main story, so this full guide can be followed whilst progressing for any faction's main questline. There is one single difference in main story progression, being that those allianced with Spark can acquire the unique VS Vintar named Merc. This is acquired during the main story quest. Aside from this, none of this gear actually requires main story quest progression. I would advise exploring ROSTOK during or after being directed here via the main story, but I would imagine players can visit this location sooner. We start our journey from ROSTOK's more or less central hub. We don't have multiple routes in this guide, as ROSTOK is a relatively small region, and returning to drop off loot and resupply shouldn't be much of an inconvenience. Regardless, we will cover all gear in a more or less convenient route. Other than that, let's get started. To get the one single difference out of the way, the location for the unique VS Vintar named Merc can be found right here on the map. As previously mentioned, those allianced with the Ward will not be able to collect this weapon. For anyone allianced with Spark, during the main quest, you will be directed here to speak with Scar. Shortly afterwards, Scar will direct you to speak with a technician close by. Merc can simply be found sitting on the shelves within the same room as the technician. Our first official location is ROSTOK's hub. When first arriving at the bar, the bartender will have a side quest available. Inquire into the arena and proceed with this side quest. Before we get into this, it's important to explain how to acquire this gear. Essentially, upon speaking with Weezer, he will temporarily remove all of our own equipment, and we can find new equipment inside of this locker. Upon winning the round and returning to Weezer, he will remove this gear and direct us to the vault outside, which will contain all of our own equipment. Now, the way in which we acquire the gear from within the arena is by first opening the door to Weezer, but do not enter the room. You can take a few steps inside, but too far and Weezer will automatically initiate a conversation, which will lock you in. Once inside by a step or two, simply drop the weapons, ammo and/or armor that you wish to keep. Provided it is inside the room, you're all good. However, you can use spare weapons and ammo to push gear further into the room if needed. Once you've spoken with Weezer, it's important to first collect your own gear from the vault outside before picking up any equipment from the ground. Picking up any of the equipment from the floor first will cause it to disappear from your inventory entirely, so do bear this in mind. By using this strategy, we can acquire the M701 Super Sniper Rifle, a Rhino Sidearm, a Carrot Assault Rifle, a SEVA V suit, and the Beryl 5M Armored Suit, as well as a whole range of different weapons and armor. The fourth round for the arena is notoriously difficult on the Veteran difficulty. I do not have any best advice for how to approach this. My honest advice is to find a guide that specifically specializes in how to complete the arena on the harder difficulties. Otherwise, once the arena has been completed, the final reward for this side quest is the unique SPSA shotgun named the Sledgehammer. Now, I don't usually go out of my way to comment on the gear itself, but this thing is truly a monster and possibly my favorite find so far. So as frustrating as the arena may be for some, I do highly advise completing it. Our next location is east of Malachite's hub, right here on the map. Here we have this hole in the ground. Simply enter on through and disarm the booby trap to find an SVD sniper and a stash right here. Our next location is slightly southwest, right here on the map. Here we will find this old settlement. Head into the following building to find some planks blocking this door. Head inside and then down into the bunker below. Kill the rodents down here, and inside the bunker you will find a range of supplies. Most importantly, in the back room you should find an artifact sitting on this shelf. Now, this was bugged for one of my playthroughs. The artifact doesn't require the scanner to be visible. It should just be sitting on this shelf within this room. If you can't find it, it has likely bugged out for you too. Next, head back outside and in the northeast corner of the settlement, use this vehicle to access the roof of this house. Inside you will find this stash, which has the lead container blueprint for the PSZ-12V Bula armor. Our next location is west along this road right here on the map. Here you'll find this tunnel entrance. Before heading in, first find a stash right by this car. Next, head inside the tunnel and immediately below this truck should be the tactical helmet. I did find this in multiple different locations around the front of this truck, so if you don't find it right away, consider widening the search. Our next location is the corner of this facility, right here on the map. Here, we can walk around the back of this building to find this ladder. Once on the roof, drop from this location into the room below to find a stash on the side. Our next location is further into the same facility, right here on the map. Inside this building, you'll find this Stalker next to a scanner. Upon approaching, the Stalker will interact with the scanner. causing the usual discharge and also causing a bloodsucker to immediately spawn. Once killing the bloodsucker, you can retrieve the dead sponge artifact from the scanner. Our next location is in the west of this facility, right here on the map. First, head down this tunnel. As you enter, navigate upwards to find a stash right here. Next, head back outside and in the anomaly field around this crashed heli, use your scanner to locate an additional artifact. Once retrieved, begin ascending this ladder right here. Once at the top, navigate over to this platform to find the SEVA V suit right here. Our next location is west of the last, right here on the map. Here, you simply want to head inside of this facility until coming up against the bloodsucker. Deal with the bloodsucker and continue forward. Before heading through this doorway, turn right and first activate this lever on the side. Next, continue right to find this stash right here. Head back and continue through the doorway. After a short while, you will find this open doorway here. Enter this room to locate the unique RPM light machine gun named the Glutton and the Aramid lining blueprint for the Mask 1 helmet. Our next location is north of the last, right here on the map. Here, you'll find this ruined building. Navigate up the broken walls whilst dealing with the anomalies to access the stash at the very top. Our next location is directly northeast at this marker right here on the map. First, head inside and continue through to the small back room. Do be mindful of booby traps here. Head upstairs and into this small control room to activate the lever on the side. Once done, head back down and into the larger room. This locked door will now be open. Head inside until coming up against the single burrow enemy. After dealing with this, continue through the facility until reaching this section here. You will find this stash containing the high-capacity magazine for the Grom S14. Next, continue through the facility to exit on the other side. Once outside, navigate up this excavator. Then drop down onto this scaffolding to locate an additional stash. Our next location is northeast at this building right here on the map. Here, we simply want to head inside the building and then into the room full of anomalies. Take an immediate right to find this hole in the wall. Inside here, you will find a code lock and a safe. The combination can be found within the 3 different PDAs in and around this building. However, feel free to copy off screen. Inside of the safe, you will find a rubber coating blueprint for the RPM light machine gun. Our next location is center of this bog, right here on the map. First, there is an anomaly here that will chase down Stalkers with equipped artifacts. I do advise unequipping your own. Once ready, head inside to find a stash and a 4.221 rifle sitting right here. Fair warning, looting the stash will cause 2 bloodsuckers to immediately spawn. Our next location is this old settlement right here on the map. First, within the anomaly field, we can use our scanner to locate an artifact. Next, head over the road towards this old schoolhouse. Head inside and then upstairs. Once in this room, head through the window to find these pipes. Use these pipes to access the open window and gain access to the locked room. Once inside, you will find this stash. Next, head to the very south of this settlement. At this building, head through the open window to find an additional stash in this locked room. Our final location is just a little further south, right here on the map. Here we will find this downed heli. Simply head in through the side to find a decent stash right here. Do be cautious as this heli is heavily irradiated. Whilst in ROSTOK and at any point head over to this large anomaly at the south of town. Here you'll simply want to make your way closer to the anomaly itself. At a certain point, it will pull you inside. Once it has done, you will be teleported over to garbage, where you'll find this stash, which does contain the Aramid lining blueprint for the Sphere M20 helmet. Moving on to the next section of this guide, which is of course YANTAR. The main gear we will acquire is the following: the PSZ-9D duty armor, the SEVA eye suit and the Sphere M20 helmet, the Saiga D12 and Ram 2 shotguns, the GP37 and Carrod assault rifles, the Rhino sidearm, and a random weapon spawn that literally could be anything, as well as all 4 of the artifacts, every blueprint and attachment within this zone, as well as a handful of additional weapons and supplies along the way. There are a few side notes before we get started. As far as I can tell, there is no main quest progression within this region. It can theoretically be visited quite early on, and I couldn't find any limitations whatsoever, meaning everyone can acquire all the gear within this region. YANTAR does not have a central hub, and thus it also doesn't have a stash, bed, trader, etc. My best advice is to bring along the Weird Water artifact, which can be found within ZATON, and periodically equip it when wanting to return to ROSTOK's hub. As a whole, using Weird Water in this way is a solid strategy of getting from A to B when over encumbered. We will cover all gear in a more or less convenient route. A quick disclaimer, it wasn't until the last quarter of the editing process that I realised all of this footage had lost its audio. I don't know how, as all footage before and after seems to be okay. I have made the choice to not include any background music, and thus I hope the YANTAR guides aren't too jarring as a result. So other than that, let's get started. Our first location is in the south of YANTAR, right here on the map. Here we will first find these train carts, deal with the swarm of rats, and then navigate up and into the train cart to locate this stash. Our next location is just a short walk west, right here on the map. First, head inside this building and descend the ladder. Follow the path through and crouch under this barricade to find a stash right here. Next, continue through the facility. When approaching these stairs, turn around to find another stash hiding just here. Continue further through the facility until exiting on the other side. Once here, you will find this building. Head inside to locate an additional stash. As a side note, this building is littered with supplies, so do be diligent in searching. Our next location is far west, right here on the map. Here we have this large tunnel entrance. Head inside and deal with any enemies. Once done, enter this room here to find 2 magazine attachments. They are both random, so let me know in the comments what you get. I myself didn't get very lucky. Next, head back outside and activate this switch on the side. Then head down the hallway and activate all 3 levers within this room. I don't think order matters. Next, head back outside and enter this now unlocked room to find a stash hiding at the back containing the Sphere M20 helmet inside. Our next location is back east, right here on the map. Here you'll find this opening within the metal fence. Once through, head to this marker right here. From here, we can navigate through these vehicles to access these trucks. Navigate over the trucks and buses whilst dealing with the anomalies to eventually reach this Saiga D12 and a stash. Our next location is a short walk northeast, right here on the map. Here you'll find these 3 trucks. Simply head on over to this truck to find a stash tucked just under the wheel arch. Inside you will find the choke blueprint for the SIRCAA D12 shotgun. Our next location is this westernmost heli right here on the map. Before heading up here, I do advise taking out your scanner to locate the artifact somewhere within this large anomaly field. When you are ready, navigate up the tail of the heli and begin platforming over the rotors whilst dealing with the anomalies. You're in for a bit of fun here. I do advise saving as and when you can. Once making it all the way over the helis, the stash can be found right here. Next, head on over to the northern heli with this excavator beside it. Navigate upwards and once again begin platforming over the rotors to eventually reach the stash on the other side. As a brief side note, this obstacle course is easier than the first. Our next location is west at this marker right here on the map. Once here, simply head up this ladder to locate a stash inside of the container. Inside of the stash, you will find a sewn-in pocket blueprint for the SEVA eye suit. Our next location is west right here on the map. Here we can first find a stash sitting inside of this bus. Next, head outside and begin navigating up the vehicles to the bus roof. Once here, cautiously drop down below into the anomaly. Deal with the rats and then break the lock to access the room containing supplies and a stash which has the camel drinking system blueprint for the PSZ 9D duty armor. There is also a code lock here. The combination can be found littered around the large field of vehicles we have previously explored. If you would like to go and find them all, then good luck. Otherwise, feel free to copy off screen. Inside here, you will find a Carrod assault rifle and an extended magazine for the RPM light machine gun. When ready, activate the lever right by the door before leaving. This will drop the ladder outside and allow for us to leave. Our next location is this bunker right here on the map. When first arriving here, there will be at least one controller mutant to first take care of. When ready, follow the power lines above to locate 3 separate generators. Once done, this will have unlocked and opened the bunker door. Head inside and deal with the zombies. In here are many supplies and 2 additional stashes. When heading back outside, navigate onto the roof of the bunker via these boxes. Once on top, a variety of guns, supplies, and an artifact can be found on both of these corpses. Our next location is east at this marker right here on the map. Here you'll find this ladder leading up. Use this to navigate over to the nearby pipes. From here, first head onto the roof and continue upwards to locate this stash. Next, head back down towards the pipes and head into this room. Begin navigating down to locate the SEVA 1 suit and the stash right here. Next, head outside and south of this building to locate this anomaly field here. Simply head inside with scanner in hand to locate the next artifact. Our next location is in the east of this facility, right here on the map. First, locate this ladder and begin navigating along the pathway above. Follow this through and upwards until eventually reaching this GP37 and stash. Our next location is this toxic gulch right here on the map. I advise heading in through the north. You will periodically take damage here, so bring strong toxic defense and or meds. Roughly halfway down the gulch, you will find this artifact beside this stash, which also contains the rubber coating blueprint for the Carrot assault rifle. Next, continue south down the gulch and eventually reach this bloodsucker cave. There will be a number of bloodsuckers to take care of here. I do advise first trying to bait them outside. Once done, head inside the cave to find a variety of supplies amongst the corpses. Head on all the way through to eventually find this corpse on the ledge. Here, you should find the Ram 2 shotgun and Rhino sidearm, along with some other goodies. Head back into the cave and locate the back entrance so as to avoid needing to enter the gulch again. Our final location is this facility east, right here on the map. A quick side note, there are a series of keys to collect in a specific order here. The third and final key had glitched out for myself due to fighting that took place very close by. I advise saving before entering this entire facility as to avoid the key bugging out during the fighting. Additionally, keep your distance from the buildings as to not aggro the enemies and make your way around to the eastern side of the facility to begin. When ready, head into this warehouse and continue forward. Navigate up onto the walkway whilst dealing with the anomalies. Follow the walkway until eventually reaching this stash. Continue forward to find a key next to this corpse. When ready, head down and back out of the door we first came in. Next, head over to this building with the mural and follow the path on screen. Use the key to open this locked door and continue upstairs. When heading out through this doorway, immediately turn right and drop to the scaffolding below. Enter through this window to locate the second key. Exit this room and proceed down this tunnel to enter the next building. Upon entering here, you will aggro a poltergeist. Simply head around left and shoot the lock off the nearby door. Once done, head into the room and quickly take care of the poltergeist. Whilst doing so, be wary of the anomalies here. Once done, head inside the room to find the next key sitting beside this corpse. This is the key that originally glitched out for myself, likely due to the fighting that took place. If you can't find this key, then simply reload your save. Next, head outside and continue upstairs. Use your key to unlock this door and head outside onto the roof. Cautiously drop down onto the bridge here to locate a large stash and the PSZ 9D duty armor. As a side note, when navigating back down to the ground, be sure to deal with this anomaly before dropping. Moving on to the next section of this guide, which is of course the DUGA. The main gear we will acquire is the following: the SEVA and SEVA eye suits, the unique M701 sniper named Cavalier, the Integral A submachine gun and up to 2 RPG launchers, the Hilka detector, the extended magazines for both the Mark I rifle and the RPM light machine gun, as well as all 5 of the artifacts, every blueprint within this zone, and a handful of additional weapons and supplies along the way. There are a few side notes before we get started. First and foremost, the DUGA can only be fully explored once progressing the storyline to a certain point. Trying to explore the majority of this region prior to this will result in being insta-killed by a sniper. This will mostly occur when getting too close to the DUGA's inner perimeter. Regardless of main story allegiance, Spark and Ward players will visit the DUGA twice during the main story. The first instance is a small skirmish, and this will not give you full access. Instead, once progressing the story even further, a second and longer story mission will take place. It's very significant in terms of length and main story development. Once this mission has been completed, most entrances will become open within the DUGA, and the insta-kill sniper will be gone. Now, some of this gear can be acquired whilst progressing the main story, but to keep this guide simple, we will first cover the main story mission, and then we will cover all gear that can be acquired once the DUGA has become fully accessible. There are a few differences in terms of what gear can be acquired depending on main story allegiance. The most important is this: Spark players will gain exclusive access to the Anatomical adjustment blueprint. This is not available for the Ward, and to the best of my knowledge, it isn't located anywhere else in the game. This is a very interesting choice by the developers. As far as I know, it is the only blueprint locked behind main story decisions. Ward players will gain access to an RPG launcher and a handful of rockets. However, there is an additional RPG launcher available for everyone. Aside from this, everything else is also available for everyone. The last few side notes are: deviating from the main story whilst progressing through the DUGA can cause insta-death at certain invisible barriers. For the sake of keeping things simple, I strongly advise just completing the main story mission and then fully exploring the region. This will allow for much easier entering and exiting, as well as just getting around without limitations in general. The DUGA does not have a hub, meaning we have no convenient access to personal storage, trader, technician, etc. The closest hub would be Malachite to the north. We will cover all gear in a more or less convenient route, so other than that, let's get started. We will first be covering the Zuba 19 blueprint for Spark players, then the RPG launcher for Ward players before beginning the route. Ward players, feel free to skip ahead to this timestamp. During the main mission, Spark players will be directed through this underground facility. Upon entering this room with the rat swarms, make your way over these boxes to reveal this hole in the wall. Disarm the booby trap and locate the stash inside, which will contain the Anatomical adjustment blueprint for the Zuba 19. Once done, feel free to skip ahead to this timestamp. During the main mission, Ward players will be directed through this underground facility. Upon entering this room here, be sure to collect this keycard from the side. Continue through until reaching this locked armory right here. Simply use the keycard to gain access, and you'll find the RPG launcher and ammo inside. Our main journey starts from the end of the main story mission. Our first location is right here on the map. Here, you will find this locked door. Simply break the lock and head inside. There is a code lock here, and the combination can be found in and around this location. However, feel free to copy off screen. Inside the locked room, you will find this stash containing the extended magazine for the Mark I. Upon heading back outside, head over to this building and head to the back corner to find this stash tucked away just here. Our next location is this building further south, right here on the map. I advise saving before heading in here. At the back of the room will be a Burrow mutant. This can be a tough fight as there are numerous guns littered around the room that the Burrow will use against you. I advise trying to take it down as fast as possible. If and when its shields go up, simply just retreat for a good 10 seconds or so before trying again. Once done, head over to this generator and ensure it's turned on. Next, head upstairs and activate this switch. Head back down and in the back of the room, you'll find the SEVA eye suit just here. Our next location is a little further south at this marker on the map. Here, we simply have this anomaly field to navigate through. Close to the center, you'll find an artifact next to this corpse. Our next location is just around the corner, right here on the map. Here, first head into the building and follow the path on screen. Hiding behind this furnace, you will find a stash containing the return mechanism sleeve tightener blueprint for the M701 Super. Next, head outside and begin climbing up this tower. At the top, you will find a stash. Our next location is this building further south, right here on the map. Here, you will want to follow this path on screen. Within this bathroom, you will find this stash containing the Aramid lining blueprint for the PSZ-9D duty armor. Next, head into the kitchen to find an additional stash tucked away just here. When done, head outside of the southern exit to locate this anomaly field within the school stadium. Simply navigate through the anomalies with scanner in hand to locate the artifact right here. Our next location is this large building further south, right here on the map. First, head to this courtyard, and upon being noticed, this soldier will aggro you. Loot his corpse to find a key. Next, head inside to find a stash right here. Follow the path on screen and head upstairs to find this locked room. Head inside and take care of the numerous zombies and single controller mutant. Once done, head into the back room to find a SEVA suit right here. Head back outside of this room to find a stash on the stage itself. Next, head outside through this passage to find an additional stash outside on the balcony. Our next location is this building north, right here on the map. Upon entering here, you will aggro 2 Bayon mutants and a single zombie. Once dealing with them all, the first stash can be found sitting right here. Next, head into the back room to find an additional stash hiding just here. Our next location is this building right here on the map. First, head inside and follow the path on screen to locate this stash. Next, head back through the building to find this anomaly field. Simply navigate through the anomaly field with scanner in hand to locate the artifact. Once done, head behind this counter to locate an additional stash. Our next location is this entire compound located right here on the map. First, there are multiple pseudo-giant mutants within the center of this compound. Additionally, there are a fair few rat swarms too. Being incapacitated by a pseudo-giant stomp whilst in a rat swarm is a sure way to die, so do be warned. Handle this area however you prefer. The truck at the center makes for a solid vantage point, while some of the buildings also offer safety. The first location is this building right here on the northeast corner. Head into this room to locate an RPG launcher within this counter. Next, locate a stash sitting right here. Our next location is this large apartment block. Head inside and follow the stairs all the way to the roof. Once on top, you can find a stash tucked away just here. Next, head down the rooftop to locate an artifact right next to this corpse. Our last location within this compound is the warehouse on the western side. Simply head inside here and locate these planks above. Shoot them to reveal the unique M701 sniper, the Cavalier. Our next location is this small compound marked right here on the map. First, head up onto the roof of this small building to locate a stash. Next, head inside the larger building to first find a Hilker detector on this side. Then, head into the back room to locate an extended magazine for the RPM light machine gun right here. Our next location is this building right here on the map. Head inside and locate this locker room in the corner.
Shut down the DUGA.
Inside here, you will find an integral A submachine gun sitting within this locker. Our next location is this marker right here on the map. Simply head inside of this anomaly field with scanner in hand to begin locating the artifact. The following two locations can be accessed prior to completing the main story mission. Our first location is this facility, marked right here on the map. First, begin heading up this ladder to access the roof up top. Almost immediately, you will find this stash beside this corpse, which does contain the lead container blueprint for the SEVA suit. There is a poltergeist mutant that will aggro you here, however, I was unable to locate where it was. I advise just trying to be quick if this is the case for yourself. Before leaving, an additional stash can be found tucked away just here. Our final location for the DUGA is far east at this marker on the map. Once here, simply head up onto the rooftop. Here, you will find this stash containing the all-titanium components blueprint for the Curious exoskeleton. That's it for this guide, folks. We are over halfway through the Stalker 2 guide series by now, and we will be all wrapped up by roughly the 20th of January. Of course, I do have a range of guides already, so feel free to stop on by the channel and check things out. Otherwise, thanks for watching, and until next time, peace. Moving on to the next section of this guide, which is, of course, the cement factory. Hello folks, in this guide we will be covering the best gear to be acquired within the cement factory. I'll basically be giving you all of the best options available, and then I'll go through the most efficient way of working through them all. The main gear we will acquire is the following: the SEVA D suit, the PSZ-7 military suit, and the armoured bandit jacket, as well as the Aurora and aero protection gas masks, the unique 40221 rifle, the Decider, the SPSA shotgun, the the SVD-M sniper rifle, and the Integral A submachine gun, the extended magazine attachment for the Integral A and the GP25 grenade launcher attachment, the bear detector, as well as all 4 artifacts and every blueprint within the zone, as well as a handful of additional weapons and supplies along the way. There's just 1 or 2 side notes before we get started. As far as I can tell, the main story will not progress any players through this region, regardless of main story allegiance. This area and the cooling towers north are both completely optional. The cement factory is a relatively small region compared to most, and it does have a hub that sits in the north, meaning we do have convenient access to storage, traders, and a technician. We will start our route from this hub, so I advise making your way here before continuing with this guide. We will cover all gear in a more or less convenient route, so other than that, let's get started. Our first few locations are in and around the hub itself. First, head into the mill and make your way upwards into the room up top. Once here, follow the platforming on screen to reach the metal beams above. From here, you'll find the Aurora Gasmask and a stash sitting on the other side. Next, head back outside and into this small building. Head upwards and then cautiously drop down here onto the ledge below. Here, you'll find an additional stash. Our next location is just slightly outside of the hub, right here on the map. Head into this sewer entrance and follow the path all the way through. You'll eventually reach this room with a stash containing the Integral A extended magazine. Our next location is just north, right here on the map. On this broken bridge, simply cross over and find a stash right here. Our next location is west, right here on the map. This is optional. The corpse on the other side of this radiation pit does have a PDA containing the code for a safe later on in this guide. Of course, you can simply copy off screen later on, but the hint is found here. Our next location is directly south, marked right here on the map. Here we have this anomaly field to navigate through. Naturally, take out your scanner to locate the artifact. Our next location is west at this marker right here on the map. First advise entering this facility through this entrance. There are multiple others, but this is probably the best. In here are a number of bloodsucker mutants. Staying up top will cause them to flee and hide behind cover. You can drop to this ledge. This will cause them to come right below you and allow for you to shoot them. Alternatively, you can drop down and back into this small room to funnel them into your shotgun. Once done, the truck at the center of the room has a stash hiding in the back. Next, follow the path on screen to locate an additional stash within this locker. Next, continue through the facility until finding this truck. On the back is the PSZ-7 military armor and a stash. To exit this facility, simply break these boards in front of the truck. Our next location is this facility south, marked right here on the map. On the western side, you can find a hole behind this truck. Head inside to find the Integral A submachine gun and a stash. Looting here will cause a bloodsucker mutant to spawn outside, so do be warned. Once outside, take out your scanner to begin locating the artifact in the nearby anomaly field. Next, in the building on the eastern side of this facility, follow the path on screen to locate an additional stash. Our next location is south at this marker right here on the map. Here we have this mountain of safes. All but 2 of them are empty. First, start from the western side. From these 2 safes, head over to this cluster and open this safe here to reveal a smaller safe inside. Within the smaller safe is a key. Use this key on the large safe at the center of the middle cluster. Inside here should be a modded bucket S2. Now this weapon can currently glitch through the surface of the safe and onto the ground below. In some instances, you should be able to sit on the safe here at the side and see part of the bucket below. If you are able to, then fire off a shot and hopefully the weapon should pop right out. If this fails, or if you're unable to place a shot, then a well-placed grenade may do the trick instead. Our next location is this sunken village to the east, marked right here on the map. Here, we first want to approach this schoolhouse. Upon doing so, you will be swarmed by a pack of Snork mutants. Once dealing with them, head inside and activate the side quest with this NPC.
Why the hell did me and Tosh this place?
Head downstairs in the schoolhouse and continue through until aggroing an additional pack of Snorks. My advice is to either head into the open area and find better positioning, or simply back up as soon as the Snorks aggro and funnel them into your shotgun. Once done, head inside and towards this buried house to locate the stash right here. Our next location is this marker south, right here on the map. Here, we simply have another anomaly field. Take out your scanner to begin locating the artifact. From here, I advise heading back towards the hub. First, we're going to visit this location marked on the map. Here we do have the cage, a platforming maze with heavy psi effects. I do advise saving here before attempting it, as you may fall to your death. When ready, follow the path on screen. I took this path nice and slow to allow for easier following. My advice would be to not panic. There's no danger here other than the hindered sight and a slow damage over time, which can be easily dealt with just a few meds. Take your time and make your way right to the roof of the maze. Once on the roof, both debilitating effects will cease and you'll be free to collect loot in your own time. Head over to the corner of the roof to find the 7D suit and the stash right here. When ready, drop down from the center hole onto this anomaly below. From here, head to the small building at the back and head around to this crack in the wall. Aim through and shoot the lock inside. Head around to the front of the building and within the now unlocked room, you will find this stash and some goodies. Our next location is back south, marked right here on the map. Here we have this ruined house. Head inside and make your way up to the top of the walls. Navigate over them towards this roof here to find the armored bandit jacket and the stash. Our next location is east, marked right here on the map. Here we have this large facility. Head over to the left side and head on through. Follow this path until eventually reaching this large open room. At the back of this room is a burrow mutant that will aggro you when you get close. Littered around this room are also numerous guns that the burrow will use against you. Once ready, head inside and follow the path on screen to find the first stash. Next, continue through the facility until eventually reaching this room to find the next stash right here. Our next location is north, right here on the map. Here, we first want to make our way up this ladder and onto the roof. Navigate through the glass shard anomalies to locate a stash on the opposite side of the roof. Next, head back down and head into this small building. In the back corner, you'll find a safe and a code lock. The combination is located in the PDA from earlier on in this guide. However, feel free to just copy off screen. Inside, you will find a GP25 grenade launcher attachment. Next, head to this ruined house to find an additional stash sitting just here. Our next location is this marker right here on the map. Once here, head into this small building and be wary of the booby traps. In here, you'll find this stash. And then a compact pistol on this side. Our next location is northeast, right here on the map. Once here, follow the path on screen to locate this small room. Head inside to locate an SVD sniper sitting right here. Our next location is back west at this marker right here on the map. Here we have yet another anomaly field. Once again, take out your scanner to begin locating the artifact. I advise heading to the hub before finally making your way to the cement factory, marked right here on the map. First, I advise heading towards this side of the main building and heading up this stairway. At the top, you should find a poltergeist mutant. Once dealing with them, head into this room and destroy these planks. Drop down below to find this body. On its inventory, you'll find this key. Next, drop outside and make your way over to this small building. Use the key to unlock the room up top. Inside, you'll find the SPSA shotgun and a stash. Next, head back outside and up this nearby ladder. Follow the path on screen to navigate to the very top of the pipe. Here, you will find this stash. Next, head to the northeast corner to find this NPC here.
Everybody's just ignoring me.
Activate his side quest and head down the manhole to the tunnels below. Continue through until reaching this large room. Follow the path on screen to locate a stash. Next, back outside and below are 2 burrow mutants and many weapons scattered around. This can be a very tough fight. My best advice is to try and push past the burrows onto the walkway on the other side. There are a few guns you can pick up here as to avoid being shot by them. From here, you can more or less take your time picking them both off. Regardless, when done or during the fight, the unique 4-221 rifle, the Decider, can be found in this corridor up top. Its placement may be off as the burrows can and will use it against you. Back downstairs and through this doorway, you'll find an additional stash containing the bear detector. Next, head back up and continue through the facility. There is an electrical anomaly here that will periodically patrol certain locations along this corridor. Time your window and follow the path on screen. Follow this path through until reaching this room with 2 safes and some booby traps. The safe on the right contains the aero protection gas mask, and the safe on the left is a stash. Head back to the corridor and once again, time your window to continue down and follow the path on screen. Head towards the very end to unlock and exit through this door. Moving on to the next section of this guide, which is of course the cooling towers. The main gear we will acquire is the following: the Cuirass exoskeleton and the tactical helmet, the unique Grom S15 submachine gun, the Dnipro rifle with coupled magazine attachment, the SVU, the M701 and the SVD sniper rifles, the legendary Weird Nut artifact, as well as all 3 other artifacts and every blueprint within this zone, as well as a handful of additional weapons and supplies along the way. There's just 1 or 2 side notes before we get started. As far as I can tell, the main story will not progress any players through this region, regardless of main story allegiance. This area and the cement factory south are both completely optional. The cooling towers is a relatively small region compared to most. Whilst it doesn't have a hub, there is one very close by, just in the north of the cement factory, meaning we do have somewhat convenient access to storage, traders, and a technician. I couldn't help but notice that the human enemies within this region seem tankier and more plentiful in numbers. I'm not sure if this correlates with how far I've personally progressed the story, or if this region just inherently has tougher enemies, but fair warning nonetheless. We will cover all gear in a more or less convenient route, so other than that, let's get started. Our first location is this building marked right here on the map. Here we have this fiery anomaly field. First, take out your scanner to begin locating the artifact. Once done, the western building has an opening right here. Head inside to locate this stash. Our next location is the southwest corner of this facility, right here on the map. Here, we can first begin heading up this ladder to access the floor above. From here, head north and access the next ladder. Here, we can run north towards this stash behind these boxes. Next, head back south and navigate over to the southern scaffolding. This is the only path I could find over. Once here, head on down and take the ladder up. Mine the anomaly and once again take the next ladder upwards. Head towards the western scaffolding to find this stash right here. Next, head back east and continue navigating to the top of the scaffolding. Once at the very top, you will find this stash here. Next, head onto the large rooftop and follow it all the way down and around until reaching this ladder here. Above, you'll find the last stash right here. I searched the entirety of this roof and I found nothing else. It's likely to be either Sidequest or DLC related. Our next location is on the western side of the facility, marked right here on the map. Here we have this anomaly field below. Simply head inside and follow the path on screen to eventually locate an artifact and stash right here. Our next location is west at this marker right here on the map. Head inside this facility and you should find a poltergeist mutant. Once dealing with it, behind this gas cloud, you'll find an M701 sniper rifle and a stash. After reviewing the footage, I could see that these three wheels can be interacted with. I imagine they get rid of this toxic cloud, so I do advise investigating these first. Our next location is north at this marker right here on the map. Here we can quite simply find this SVD sniper rifle sitting next to this familiar campfire. Our next location is southeast at this marker right here on the map. Here we have this pit. Close by are 1 or 2 side dog spawns. Either take care of these or simply run in and out before they can do much. Inside the pit, you'll find a unique Grom S15 and a stash sitting inside these anomalies. Our next location is northeast, right here on the map. I advise heading to the southwest corner and navigating up these stairs to the doorway up top. Once inside, follow the path on screen. On this walkway, you should find a Curace exoskeleton and a stash. Our next location is just east of the last, right here on the map. Once here, first head up this ladder and make your way upwards towards this platform. Here, you'll find this stash containing the camel hydration system for the PSZ 12V Bula armor. Additionally, next to the stash is a scanner. Upon activating this, the usual discharge will take place, but it will simultaneously spawn in 2 poltergeists. I advise taking care of the one on the same level as yourself. The second is a much more frustrating fight, and my best advice is to simply grab the artifact from the scanner and run. Our next location is east at this marker right here on the map. Here we have the Weird Nut artifact hidden within the Firewhirl anomaly. Essentially, the way in which this anomaly works is roughly every 30 seconds or so, the anomaly will fire up and begin scorching the inner vicinity of the tower. The radius is visually represented by the scorched metal. After roughly 10 seconds or so, it will die back down until flaring up again another 30 seconds or so later. There is a breakpoint midway through this path that will allow for anyone to take a break. To begin, first wait for your window and then start following the path on screen. Once at this section, we can remain here for as long as we like. Once ready, begin heading back the way we came and follow the path around to the other side. Head towards the center here and drop down to this platform. You'll find a weirdnet artifact right here. Next, drop down even further to begin running to safety. When ready, head to the south of the cooling tower to find this ladder. Head all the way up and into the teleportation anomaly. From here, head all the way around to find a Nipro rifle and a stash right here. When ready, simply jump off this edge to the anomaly below. Our next location is far east at this marker on the map. Here, we will find a monolithian sniper on the other side of this inaccessible gate. Head towards the small building besides the gate, and inside you'll find this stash containing the coupled Nipro magazines. Our next location is back west at this marker on the map. Within this old cooling tower, we will first find a poltergeist. After dealing with them, head up onto the top of this container to find this stash, which does contain the rubber stock rear blueprint for the Grom S14. Next, head down and inside the container to find the next stash right here. Our final location is west at this marker here on the map. First, on the northern side of the facility, climb this ladder to the roof and then follow it all the way down to locate this stash. Next, head further into the facility, and within this container is an additional stash. Next, upon approaching the southern building, you will be called to by the local duty members. Accept the side quest and head inside the building. In here, you'll find a tactical helmet on the side. Head back outside and onto the rooftop, and as part of the side quest, you can find the SVU sniper rifle sitting right here. Moving on to the next section of this guide, which is of course the Red Forest. The main gear we will acquire is the following: the Beryl 5M armoured suit and the tactical helmet, the unique Zuba 19 submachine gun named the Rat Killer, as well as the Zuba 19 extended magazine attachment, the unique SVU sniper named the Whip, the Nipro assault rifle, the SVU and the SVD sniper rifles, and the RPG launcher, as well as all 5 artifacts and every blueprint within this zone, as well as a handful of additional weapons and supplies along the way. There's just 1 or 2 side notes before we get started. I've ran this guide parallel with the main story. There are no differences between main story allegiance, meaning both Spark and Ward players can follow this entire guide without any issues. There are multiple instances in which you will be directed to the Red Forest during the main story. This guide focuses on the first ever instance, where we first arrive here searching for the Doctor. A small portion of this guide first requires us to have accepted the side quest Just Business from the barkeep located in Rostock. Doing so will give us access to a key later on in this guide, which in turn will give us access to unique loot. Now, the Red Forest does not have a hub. Our 2 options are the hubs located in either Rostock to the south or YANIV to the north. So I do advise using the weird water artifact for long distance travelling. We will cover all gear in a more or less convenient route, so other than that, let's get started. Our first location is the main quest marker, marked right here on the map. Here you'll find this NPC, speak with them to progress the main quest.
Not a good time.
Once done, head directly behind the NPC to find a stash hiding right here. Next, head around the building and climb this ladder up to the top. Up here, you will find an additional stash. Our next location is just a short walk west, marked right here on the map. Here, you'll find 2 Bayon mutants resting along the road.
Something's not right.
Once taken care of them, locate the stash at the center of the road to find this PDA and progress the main quest. Our next location is northwest, marked right here on the map. Here, you'll find this anomaly field. At the center is a booby-trapped corpse containing the PDA to progress the main quest. Whilst here, take out your scanner to begin locating an artifact. Our next location is further north at this marker here on the map. Once here, head inside the main building via this window. Speak with this NPC to progress the questline further.
Stalker, what?
Our next location is back south, marked right here on the map. Once here, you'll find yourself fighting a large force of mercenaries. Once taken care of them, one of the bodies should be marked with the quest icon. Loot this corpse to find another PDA to progress the main questline. Next, head to this crypt entrance to the north. Head inside and locate a stash right here. Next, head south to find an additional crypt entrance. Once again, head inside to locate an additional stash. Next, head over to the small building at the back of the graveyard and climb to the roof to locate the final stash right here. Our next location is this bridge, marked right here on the map. Once here, cross the bridge and on the northern side, head underneath to locate this stash. Next, head east from the north side of the bridge to find this tight path located within the river. Follow this path whilst navigating through the anomalies to eventually reach this bubble. This will progress the main quest further. Our next location is north, marked right here on the map. Here, you will find a large force of zombies. When ready, head inside this bunker here to locate a key on this table. On this table is also a tactical helmet, and there is a stash located right here. Next, head outside and unlock the main facility by using the key. Inside are plenty more zombies. Navigate through the facility to the back until locating this generator. Switch this off and then head back out of this room and turn right to find this ladder. Head up and activate this button. Here you will also find this stash. Next, head back down and back towards the generator. This gate will now be unlocked. Follow this hallway down until reaching a controller mutant. Once taken care of them, continue through the facility until reaching this room. In the back, you'll find a Nipro rifle sitting within this locker. On the side, you'll also find this stash, which contains the plexiglass overlays with protective coating blueprint for the tactical helmet. Our next location is north, marked right here on the map. When first arriving here, check this large crate to find the SVD sniper rifle inside. Now, whilst technically part of YANIV, you can't access this facility without the main questline, so we are covering it here. There is a sub-objective to not kill any monolithians here. As far as I know, it only rewards unique dialogue with the Doctor and nothing else. Head inside the facility and head downstairs. Here, you'll find this door with an electrical anomaly inside. I'm not sure if removing equipped artifacts helps here, but I advise doing so regardless. Inside this room and tucked away at the back, you'll find this stash. Next, continue through the facility and follow the path on screen to eventually locate the regenerator. Once inside of this room and retrieving the regenerator, head through the door directly behind it and then follow this through to locate the unique Zuba 19 rat killer right here. Next, head back through and upon exiting the regenerator room, turn right to find this vent. Continue through here until reaching this room. Head towards the back and hiding within this cabinet is a stash which contains the airtight polythene lining blueprint for the Bulwark exosuit. Upon exiting the facility, head over to this small building to locate a stash right here. Our next location is back at the bubble, marked right here on the map. Upon entering the building, turn right to find a unique SVU sniper, the whip, located right here. Next, head downstairs and progress the main story. This will conclude the main story within the Red Forest for now. Our next location is west, marked right here on the map. Here, you'll find this old mine entrance. Head inside and deal with the bloodsucker mutants. Once done, head to the back of the mine to locate this room. Here, on the beds, you'll find this stash. Next, head back towards the center of the mine to locate this hole in the ground. Break the planks and head on down. Right here, you'll find an additional stash at your feet. Next, follow the path on screen to locate an additional stash beside this corpse. Inside the stash is the Camel Hydration System blueprint for the Beryl 5M armored suit. On the corpse's inventory, you will also find an artifact. When ready, follow the path on screen to exit. Our next location is further west, marked right here on the map. Here we have this electrical anomaly. I advise removing any equipped artifacts before heading inside. When ready, head towards the center to locate this stash right here. Inside, you'll find the extended magazine for the Zuba 19 submachine gun. Next, take out your scanner to begin locating an artifact. Our next location is north, marked right here on the map. Here we have this fenced off section. Head inside and in this southern container you'll find a ladder. Head on down to locate this RPG launcher and a stash. Our next location is this large excavator, marked right here on the map. On the south side, you will find this ladder. Head on up and navigate through the anomalies further upwards. There should be a poltergeist located on any of these floors, which will cause issues for you here if not dealt with now, so I do advise tracking it down and dealing with it. When ready, navigate towards the top of the bulldozer until finding this path. Head on all the way down and continue up. From here, navigate over the iron beams whilst being careful not to walk into the anomalies. Once on either side, I absolutely advise saving before continuing. These anomalies are buggy to say the least. It's very easy to fall through them. When ready, simply walk into the anomalies and navigate over to the other side. Once here, you'll find this stash, which contains the lead container blueprint for the PSZ-91 Falcon armor, as well as the SVU sniper rifle right beside the stash. Next, when descending back down the excavator, at this stairway here, jump over the iron beams and navigate upwards to locate an additional stash right here. As previously mentioned in this guide, it is advised to have received the Just Business side quest from the barkeep in ROSTOK before arriving at this location. Once here, first head to this small building in the southeast corner, head inside to locate a stash right here. Next, head inside the main building and heal this NPC.
Oh, man.
Upon doing so, he will give you a
How
key.
did you get here?
Follow the path on screen and use the key on this door. Head inside and down to locate a stash right here. Next, head further down until locating this cave system. Take out your scanner to begin locating an artifact. When ready, navigate over the wooden walkway. From the bottom of the ladder, head towards this cave entrance to locate a stash inside. Next, head back up and climb the ladder to the top. Here, you'll find an additional stash beside this campfire. Next, head on through the cave until reaching this exit. Once eliminating the bandits, head over to this large building here and climb to the roof. From here, use these pipes to access the window and kill the bandit leader inside. In the corner of this room, you'll find this stash. Next, head downstairs and follow the path on screen to locate an additional stash right here. When ready, head back outside and navigate over to this large anomaly here. First, head down into the pit below to locate a stash sitting right here. Next, head back up and make your way over to this chunk of ground. From here, jump into this container to locate this stash containing the sprayed protective layer blueprint for the Shield of Duty exosuit. Our next location is the southwest corner of this facility, marked right here on the map. Here, simply drop down and under these stairs is the next stash. Our next location is northwest at this marker right here on the map. Here, you'll find this feeding ground. Simply head towards the center to locate this scanner. Activate the scanner and the usual discharge will occur. Once it's done, a mutated deer will spawn, so fair warning. Our final location is back south at this marker right here on the map. Here, you'll find this collapsed bridge. On the left-hand side, navigate onto this section here and follow it around to locate this stash containing the individual adjustment blueprint for the SVU sniper rifle. Next, there is a large entrance here with a locked door inside. This is tied to main story quest progression. Inside is at least the stash and a Beryl 5M armoured suit. Both are located in the back of an armoured truck. I haven't been here myself, but I do have this picture showing where they are. It is quite a linear path inside, so it shouldn't be too difficult to locate upon gaining access. Moving on to the next section of this guide, which is of course the Burnt Forest. The main gear we will acquire is the following: the Operator Exoskeleton, the Marauder Armor, the PSZ-51 Hawk Armor, and the Facehugger Gasmask, the AS Lavina Rifle and its extended magazine attachment, the SVU Sniper Rifle, the RPG Launcher, and the Rhino Sidearm, as well as the extended magazine attachment for the Integral A submachine gun, the legendary artifact Weird Pot, as well as all 5 other artifacts and every blueprint within this zone, as well as a handful of additional weapons and supplies along the way. There's just 1 or 2 side notes before we get started. I've ran this guide parallel with the main story. I have done my best to cover as much as I can, as well as keep it well organised. As far as I can tell, there are no differences in main story allegiance, and the guide starts with the main story objective at the centre of this region. Now, the Burnt Forest does not have a hub. Those allianced with the ward will have access to the chemical plant hub. Those who are not allianced with the ward, your best option is Zalissya. At least I personally found it to be better than either ROSTOK or Garbage, so I do advise using the Weird Water artifact for long distance travelling. With that said, I have designed this guide to be relatively efficient in terms of routes and when to offload gear, and I will advise as we go. So other than that, let's get started. Our first location is the main quest marker right here on the map. When first arriving at this facility, first head to the northwest corner to locate this small building. Behind here, you'll find this stash. Next, head to the southeast side of the facility to find this additional small building. Climb this ladder to the roof to locate an additional stash right here. Next, locate this ladder south of the main building to access the rooftop. Navigate over to the other side and remove all artifacts before heading up and activating this lever. Next, back down and on the northern side of the building, you'll find this unlocked door. Head inside and take care of the Poltergeist Mutant. When ready, follow the path on screen to locate this stash. Next to this stash is this code lock. The combination can be found on some notes within the same facility, which I believe are quest marked. Enter the code and head on through. Eventually, you'll reach this room. Be sure to collect all of the quest objectives here.
Follow these instructions. Reminder, the antenna.
When ready, head outside and follow these stairs down. Unlock this door and continue on through. You'll eventually reach a series of corridors and rooms with 3 burrow mutants inside. Upon first entering, turn left and head into this room to activate this lever. At the back of this area, you'll find these corpses with this stash beside them. Next, within the main quest room, there is this stash at the back. Next, activate the main quest and continue forward. Now, there are multiple ways this can play out. I'm not entirely certain of them all, but I would assume all players will be continuing along the same path. Despite what transpires next, players should head to this code lock just next to the room with the previous switch. The combination is located on a paper note within the main quest room from before. Upon entering here, you'll shortly come across this metal gate. Aim through here and break the lock on the door on the opposite side. Next, head around to the other side of this room to gain access. Be wary of the booby traps and head up this ladder to locate the RPG launcher and M860 Cracker shotgun sitting right here. Next, head back down and continue through the facility until reaching this room with the fruit punch anomalies. Climb up here to locate this opening at the back. Drop on down and navigate over to this stash. Inside, you will find the all-titanium components blueprint for the operator exoskeleton. Next, continue through the facility until reaching this room. Follow the path on screen to locate an SVD sniper rifle right here. Next, continue on through the facility and head into this small room near the exit. In here, you'll find this stash. Next, on the table is this key. Pick this up and then follow the path on screen. Unlock this door and inside you will find the operator exoskeleton. That does conclude the main story quest part of this guide. I myself headed back to a personal stash at this point and then returned right back to this location, and I advise you do the same. Our next location is far south of this region, right here on the map. You'll likely find some enemies when first arriving here. First, in the corner and next to this corpse, you'll find an artifact. Next, head over to this wall and head on up. Here, you'll find this stash and either an SPSA or the M860 shotgun beside it. If you're struggling to pick this up, then try shooting at it, and if all else does fail, toss a grenade inside and hope for the best. Our next location is this crashed heli, marked right here on the map. Here, you will first run into a Bayon mutant. After taking care of this, find the stash sitting inside this cockpit. Our next location is northeast at this marker here on the map. Here, you'll find this bridge. Before heading over, look underneath to locate this stash. Next, head over the bridge and remove all artifacts before continuing over to this totem pole to locate this additional stash just sitting inside. Our next location is just slightly southeast, marked just here on the map. First, follow the riverbank down and maybe take a peek at the first bunker you ever visited in the game. Once at this pylon, head inside to locate this stash and the AS Lavina beside it. Our next location is back north at this marker here on the map. In the southmost building of this settlement, head inside to first locate this stash. Next, head inside the building just north of it to locate an additional stash right here. Next, head into the even larger building just north of the last to find a poltergeist inside. After dealing with them, locate an additional stash right here. Next, head into the house at the center of the settlement and with the bunker entrance outside to locate this stash right here. Next, there is a key located in this shed. It opens the locked door of the house opposite. There's nothing noteworthy inside of here. I do assume it's either side or main quest related in some way. Next, head into the barn behind this empty building, and at the back, you'll find this stash tucked away just here. Next, head to the house at the northeast of town, and on the east side you'll find this truck. Navigate upwards and break these planks to access the roof space. Inside, you will find this stash at the very back. Our next location is just west of this settlement, right here on the map. Here, you'll find this large anomaly field. Simply take out your scanner to locate the nearby artifact. I was informed that there are multiple artifacts to be found here. However, I only found one on each individual visit, so please let me know in the comments if you do find more. Our next location is north, marked right here on the map. First, head into this building and climb this ladder. Deal with the anomaly in the next room to locate a stash right here. Next, head down and into the main barn. Turn left and down here, you'll find this stash.
Look for the stash. There ain't many spots around here to hide loot.
Next, locate these shelves at the end of the barn. Head on up and navigate to the roof. From here, head on over to the main entrance to find this stash hiding right here, which does contain the adjusted bolt locking lugs blueprint for the AS Lavina. Our next location is north, marked right here on the map. First, head into the main building and then into the back of this truck to locate an M10 GORDON SMG and this stash, which contains the facehugger Gasmask. Next, head outside and on the front of this combine, you'll find an additional stash. Our next location is west at this marker right here on the map. Here, you'll find this tower. Simply head to the top to find this modded SVU sniper rifle and a stash right beside it. Now would be an opportune time to head towards a personal stash and unload all of this gear. Our next location is this facility in the north, marked right here on the map. First, head into this building and follow the path on screen to locate a Rhino sidearm and stash right here. Next, head outside and into this garage to find an additional stash right here. Our next location is south at this marker here on the map. Here we have this fiery anomaly field. Simply head inside with scanner in hand to locate the artifact. Our next location is this settlement west, marked right here on the map. First, head to this stage in the southeast corner of the settlement. You will be attacked by a couple of Bayon mutants here. Once ready, drop inside of the hole at the back of the stage to locate this key on the side. Next, head to the northeast side of the settlement to this building here. Follow the path on screen and navigate through the anomalies. Eventually, you will reach this room with the Marauder armor and a stash right here. Next, head back outside and over to the northeast building. Locate this ladder and head up to the roof. Cross the roof and cautiously drop down to this ledge to locate this stash right here, which does contain the buckshot conversion blueprint for the Rhino sidearm. Our next location is south at this marker here on the map. Here you will find this anomaly field. I advise taking out your scanner and locating the artifact first. Once done, head to this raised ground at the center to locate this scanner. Upon activating the scanner, the usual discharge will take place. This will also spawn into poltergeists, so do be warned. When ready, retrieve the second artifact from the scanner. Our next location is further southwest, marked right here on the map. Here we have this cloud of mist. The way in which this anomaly works is essentially we have to repeatedly run into the mist to change the state of the house at the center. If we do it in the correct order, we can very easily locate the artifact. When ready, head into the mist. Upon doing so, you'll find this house and will likely be attacked by a bloodsucker mutant. You may or may not be attacked by additional bloodsucker mutants upon returning to the house, so do be warned. When ready, head back into the mist and it will return you right back to the house. Immediately turn back around and into the mist for a second time. Upon returning again, head towards the now open cellar to retrieve this key. Next, head into the house and unlock this door. Once done, head right back into the mist. Upon returning again, enter the house and begin heading up these boxes in the now unlocked room. Once in the roof, destroy these planks and boxes to access the room below. In here, you will find the weird pot artifact. When ready, simply head back into the mist and it should take you back outside of the mist entirely. Our next location is north at this old military facility right here on the map. Fair warning, there is a mutated deer that does live in the northeast corner of this facility. Once here, head into these tanks with scanner in hand to begin locating an artifact. Once done, starting from the southeast side of the tanks, follow the path on screen to locate this stash, which does contain the extended magazine attachment for the AS Lavina. Next, head northwest towards this hangar on the far left. Navigate through the hangar and onto this platform at the back. To locate the PSZ-51 Hawk armor and the stash right here. Our next location is north at this marker here on the map. First, head up onto this vehicle to access the nearby roof of this small building. Once here, you'll find a stash containing the elimination system, 4 poisonous substances blueprint for the Curace exosuit. Next, head into the main building and down into the basement to fight off some Snork mutants.
Everything's going blurry. Might pass out. Help me.
Once done, at the back of the basement and on top of these pipes, you can find this stash containing the extended magazine attachment for the Integral A submachine gun. Moving on to the next section of this guide, which is of course YANIV. The main gear we will acquire is the following: the Diamond Exoskeleton, the RPM Light Machine Gun, the Fora 221 Rifle, the SVU Sniper Rifle, the Zuba 19 Submachine Gun, the Rhino Sidearm, and the extended magazine for the Integral A Submachine Gun, the legendary artifact Weird Bolt, as well as all 3 other artifacts, and every blueprint within this zone, as well as a handful of additional weapons and supplies along the way. There's just 1 or 2 side notes before we get started. I've ran this guide parallel with the main story. As far as I know, everyone will take more or less the same path here, regardless of main story allegiance. The guide starts with the main story objective, center north of this region. I have designed this guide to be relatively efficient in terms of routes, but it is a relatively small region and the hub is quite central, so exploring here shouldn't be much bother. Other than that, let's get started. Our first location is, of course, YANIV's hub, marked right here on the map. Enter the hub and progress the main quest.
I need to get to PRIPYAT.
Upon leaving, you should be ambushed by a large force of Monolithians. After dealing with them, head on over to the tower close by and climb it to the very top. Once here, speak with Richter to progress the main quest further. Next, the main quest will direct you to the Red Forest South. It's a very brief trip that doesn't involve a great deal of effort.
That's it?
Our next location is this bunker, marked right here on the map. Upon returning back to YANIV for the main quest, you will be directed here. Simply enter inside and deal with the Monolithians. Collect the quest objectives inside and then head up this ladder to locate the Diamond Exoskeleton and this stash. That is it for the main story quest progression within this region. Our next location is this small building to the west, marked right here on the map. Here, simply head inside and find a stash hiding behind this table. Our next location is these conjoined trains, marked right here on the map. Here, you will find a few anomalies scattered around. Simply take out your scanner and begin locating the nearby artifact. Our next location is just further down the tracks, marked right here on the map. Here, head up and onto the train. Drop inside and then follow the path down to locate a stash right here, which does contain the extra barrel rifling blueprint for the Dnipro rifle. Our next location is west at this marker here on the map. Here we have this van. Head inside to locate an M60 shotgun and a stash right here. Our next location is this facility to the north, marked right here on the map. You'll want to time your entrance here, as the tornado does travel around this facility and it does envelop this entire safe house. When ready, head inside and locate this stash at the back. And I do advise stocking up on energy drinks if you are low. So the way in which this anomaly works, we have to wait here until the tornado is over the top of us. Once ready, we head out into the eye of the tornado and follow a platforming path with relative haste in order to locate the Weird Bolt artifact. I do advise first watching this before attempting. When ready, the tornado will pass overhead. You may take damage here when crossing the edges of the tornado. If not inside of cover, then you will be dragged up into the sky and plummet to your death. Follow the path on screen. You can sprint and jump, just be sure not to get too close to the edges of the tornado. Once following the path all the way to the end, quickly run to the top of this crane and turn right, then begin spamming the correct button to collect the artifact. Whether successful or not, quickly head back down the crane as to not get dragged out by the tornado when it passes over. If you were unable to grab the artifact, then simply remain where you are and wait for the tornado to come back. Once it passes and knocks you over, run to the top and spam for the artifact again. Once done, drop down from the top of the crane to this anomaly below. Head to the northwest side of the facility for safety. Once here, and when it's safe to do so, head up onto these crates and jump over to locate this stash right here. Next, head towards this small building to locate an additional stash inside. Next, head further east and wait inside of this small container until the tornado passes by. When ready, follow the path on screen to locate this stash, which does contain the extra barrel rifling blueprint for the Zuba 19 submachine gun. Our next location is just to the east of this facility, marked right here on the map. Here, you'll find this anomaly blocking this container. Deal with the anomaly and then head inside to locate this 4.221 rifle and stash right here. Our next location is this marker right here on the map. Here, you'll find a Poltergeist mutant. Once you've dealt with them, head through the Fruit Punch anomaly to locate the Moonlight artifact right here. Our next location is just marked right here on the map. Here we do have this large flashbang anomaly field. Simply head inside with scanner in hand to begin locating the artifact. Our next location is east at this marker right here on the map. First, approach this building from the west, as you will want to start from the cliffside above the house. When ready, head down onto the rooftop and deal with the anomalies to get inside of the house and downstairs. Once inside, you'll find a stash hiding away just here, which does contain the rubber stock rear blueprint for the RPM light machine gun. Our next location is this building on the other side of the settlement, marked right here on the map. Head inside here to locate this code lock. I'm not entirely sure where to find all of the hints for the combination, but feel free to copy off screen. Inside here, you'll find a range of weapons, including the RPM light machine gun, the SVU sniper rifle, and the Zuba 19 submachine gun, as well as this stash. Our next location is this building, marked right here on the map. First, head inside to locate this stash hiding right here. Next, head into this room to locate a debut suit tucked away just here. Next, head to the other side of the facility. First, come to this window and shoot the plank blocking the door. Next, head into the building to locate this stash, which does contain the all-titanium components blueprint for the Brumbar exoskeleton. Our next location is this small building to the west, marked right here on the map. Head inside and deal with the booby traps. Inside, you'll find this stash containing the extended magazine for the Integral A submachine gun. Our next location is west, marked right here on the map. Here, you'll find this open train cart. Head inside to locate this stash right here. Our final location is further west, marked right here on the map. After dealing with any enemies here, head up onto these boxes and destroy this lock. Inside, you'll find this stash right here. That's it for this guide, folks. I will have the remaining guide videos wrapped up within the week, so if you are waiting for the last few zones, then it shouldn't be too much longer. I do, of course, have a range of guides on the channel already, so feel free to stop on by and check things out. Otherwise, thanks for watching, folks, and until next time, peace. Moving on to the penultimate section of this guide, which is, of course, Jupiter. The main gear we will acquire is the following: the Operator Exoskeleton and the SSP-100 Discovery Suit, the M701 and SVD Sniper Rifles, the Karod Assault Rifle, the Rhino Sidearm, and the Saiga D12 Extended Magazine Attachment, as well as all 4 of the artifacts and every blueprint within this zone, as well as a handful of additional weapons and supplies along the way. There's just 1 or 2 side notes before we get started, the most important being this: when leaving YANIV through the main questline, you will have 2 options on which exit to use. You can either use the scanner in the northwest of YANIV and pass through a tunnel, or you can hand the scanner into YANIV's hub, which will unlock the entrance to Jupiter. I do highly advise handing this scanner into the hub. The reason being is, conveniently accessing this hub for the remainder of the game will be a chore if you do choose the tunnel instead. Additionally, the northeast section of Jupiter is only accessible via PRIPYAT, so this section will be covered within the PRIPYAT guides, which will be out within the next few days. I have designed this guide to be relatively efficient in terms of routes, but it is a relatively small region and the hub is quite central, so exploring here shouldn't be much bother. Other than that, let's get started. Our first location is this facility marked right here on the map. First, head inside the main building and take out your scanner to begin locating the nearby artifact. Once done, head into this room and locate a stash right here, which does contain the extended backpack blueprint for the Shield of Duty exosuit. Next, follow the path on screen to locate this room. Aim through and shoot the plank inside. Next, head into the room and break these planks to enter the basement below. Once in here, you will find a Rhino sidearm on this table, along with this stash in the corner. Our next location is this facility in the north, marked right here on the map. Once here, head around the back of this building to locate this hole. Head inside and follow the path on screen to locate this stash. Next, continue through to find this additional stash right here. Next, head out of the building and back towards the hole from before. From here, head up onto this truck and then the nearby rooftop to access these pipes. Cautiously navigate through the anomalies until eventually reaching this gap. Jump on over and inside this room, you'll find the Operator Exoskeleton and this stash right here. Next, when heading out of this facility, head over to these 4 holes in the ground. Descend into the pit and navigate around to find this stash beside this corpse. Our next location is this facility further northwest, marked right here on the map. First, starting from these entrances, head into the one on the far right and follow the path on screen to locate this stash. Next, head back out and follow the path through to this long corridor. Follow this down and turn into this room to locate this stash here. Next, continue down the corridor and once again follow the path to locate this stash. Finally, follow the path once more to locate an additional stash hiding in this room just here. Our next location is southwest, marked right here on the map. Here, you'll find this hole in the wall. Head through here and follow the path on screen to eventually locate these boxes. Head on up to the rooftop and follow this down. Head through here and into the adjacent garage to locate a Carrod rifle and stash right here. Next, head back outside and over to the main warehouse. Inside, you will be attacked by a poltergeist. Once done, follow the path on screen to locate an additional stash right here. Our next location is west, marked right here on the map. Here, you quite simply want to enter this facility and turn left. Head on down to this highly irradiated Claw of Death and you will find this Moonlight artifact. Within the claw itself, you will find this stash, which does contain the lead container blueprint for the SCP-100 Discovery Suit. Our next location is south, marked right here on the map. Here we have this scanner, center of this power grid. Activate the scanner and the usual discharge will occur. This will simultaneously spawn into poltergeist mutants, so fair warning. Once done, retrieve the artifact from the scanner. Next, head around just here to locate this stash. Our next location is east, marked right here on the map. First, you'll want to remove any equipped artifacts as to avoid being chased by the electrical anomaly. When ready, head to this stairway between the two buildings and navigate over to the adjacent rooftop. Once here, take out your scanner and begin navigating the anomaly field to locate the nearby artifact. Once done, head over to this corner of the rooftop to locate this SVD sniper rifle just beside this corpse. Next, head east of this building to locate this train cart marked right here. Head around the back of the train cart and aim inside to shoot this lock. Next, head inside the train cart to locate this stash and the SCP-100 Discovery Suit sitting just here. Our final location is this facility to the east, marked right here on the map. First, head to the northeast corner of the facility to locate this ladder. Navigate upwards and onto the roof. Once here, you'll encounter a controller mutant. Take care of them and then head on over to the opposite side of the roof to locate this M701 sniper rifle, stash and key, all right here. Next, head downstairs and into the facility to locate this locked door. Head inside to find this stash, which does contain the elimination system for poisonous substances blueprint for the Brumbar exoskeleton. Next, head outside and into this room, climb the ladder and navigate over to the opposite platform to locate this stash right here, which does contain the expanded magazine attachment for the SIRCAA D12 shotgun. Moving on to the final section of this guide, which is of course PRIPYAT. The main gear we will acquire is the following: the Liberty, Diamond, Ruby, Bulwark, Brumbar and Operator exoskeletons, the unique RAM-free shotgun named Texan, the Gauss rifle, the RPG launcher, the M701 sniper rifle, as well as the Nipro and Carrad assault rifles, the Gauss rifle's extended magazine, the EMR Mark 1 silencer and 8x scope attachments, the RPM light machine gun extended magazine, 2 SIRCAA D12 extended magazines and the SVU sniper extended magazine, as well as all 8 artifacts and all 23 blueprints within this zone, as well as a whole bunch of additional weapons and supplies along the way. There's quite a few side notes before we get started, the biggest and most important being this: the entirety of this guide can be followed by everyone. I've ran this guide parallel with the main story right up until the point of no return, which does initiate the final segment of the game. This guide ends at the point of no return, so once following this guide through, you will still be free to explore the entirety of the map. It's also worth mentioning that you should create a couple of spare save files prior to progressing past the point of no return, as once you do, you will not be able to return afterwards, and there is no new game plus. The game quite simply does just end. So again, I do recommend creating a couple of save files before progressing past this point. As mentioned in the previous guide, we will be acquiring the loot within this section of Jupiter, as it is only accessible from PRIPYAT. Additionally, the technician within PRIPYAT's main hub may be bugged out, meaning for quick technician access, speak with the guide instead and travel to a different hub entirely. This is without a doubt the most dangerous region within the entirety of Stalker 2. I'll try to forewarn on any enemy locations, but as a general rule, just expect enemies at every location within this guide. Now, this is the final region within this guide series. It's a little bit poetic that the final region would be the most challenging to cover. I've done my best to mark areas and show paths as best as I can. So for the final time, folks, let's get started. Our first location is just as we enter into PRIPYAT, marked right here on the map. When first entering, take a left into this alleyway to find this stash. Next, head into this building just in front of the alley. Head inside and follow the path on screen to locate this stash here. Which does contain the protective coating blueprint for the Liberty exosuit. Our next location is further north, marked right here on the map. When first arriving here, you will initiate the main quest, and the hub location will be under siege by Monolithians. I advise taking care of this now. Next, head towards this marker right here on the map. Here, you will find this stash. Next, head towards this marker right here on the map. Follow the path on screen to reach this empty swimming pool with rats inside. Take care of the rats to access this stash. Next, head back to the main entrance of this facility. Upon entering, head underneath this stairway to locate this stash, which does contain the automatic 2-stage gas regulator blueprint for the Ram 2 shotgun. Next, head up the stairs and follow the path on screen. Eventually, you will reach this circular rooftop, head to this yellow painted wall, and from here you can scope in and shoot the explosives inside this room. I wasn't able to actually see the explosives inside, so this may take some trial and error. You may want to use explosives instead. Once done, head back into the main building and follow this path to locate the now unlocked room. Which does contain the ruby exosuit along with this stash. Next, I advise now heading into the main hub and progressing the main questline further. If the technician is not available here, then I advise using the guide to fast travel to a different hub instead in order to repair equipment. Once ready, return to the top of the stairway and follow the path on screen to reach this rooftop. Follow this rooftop around and enter the building via this window. Follow the path on screen to locate this stash. Next, exit and head upstairs to locate this floor with zombies. There are also 2 controller mutants here that should reside at the far end of the corridor. Once dealing with them all, head down the corridor, and in this end room, you'll find this key right here. Next, head back outside, and now on the opposite side of the corridor entirely, you'll find this locked door. Head inside to locate this stash. Next, continue upstairs until reaching the rooftop. Follow the path on screen to locate this M701 sniper rifle and this stash, which does contain the active filters blueprint for the Bulwark exosuit. Next, whilst heading back, stop at these stairs and aim through this small window to shoot the wooden plank blocking the door. Head inside this room to locate this stash right here. Our next location is this facility to the south, marked right here on the map. Enter this building and follow the path on screen to first locate this stash. Next, continue through to the kitchen to find the extended magazine for the Saiga shotgun right here. Next, follow the path on screen again to locate this additional stash. Next, heading back through the main entrance, follow the path on screen to locate this stairway. Follow this to the roof and then begin following the roof around. Jump through this window here to locate this stash, which does contain the extended magazine for the SVU sniper rifle. Next, head down and towards the northern side of the facility to locate this entrance. Here, head inside and locate this key on the side. Next, follow the path on screen to locate this additional key within this locked room. Next, head back outside to the ramp entrance and head through this locked door. Once inside, activate this lever here. Next, head back into the facility and follow the path on screen to locate this now unlocked room. Inside here, you'll find this stash, center of the room, which does contain the elimination system, 4 poisonous substances blueprint for the Liberty exoskeleton. Next, in the corner of this room, you'll find this RPG launcher and stash right here. Next, follow the path on screen to eventually locate this stairway. Here, you'll find this stash sitting beside a corpse. Finally, head outside and locate this entrance to the north of the facility. Enter inside to find this anomaly field. Naturally, take out your scanner and begin locating the artifact. Our next location is just north of the hub, marked right here on the map. Here, you'll find this building. Simply head inside to find this stash right here. Next, head slightly north of this building to find this anomaly field. Once again, simply take out your scanner to begin locating the artifact. Our next location is this facility north, marked just here on the map. Head inside and follow the path on screen to locate this stash, which does contain the lead container blueprint for the exoskeleton. Next, continue following the path on screen and head downstairs to eventually locate this stash right here. Our next location is north, marked just here on the map. Here we have this toxic pit. Head around to the north side and drop down onto the back of this truck. To locate the Moonlight artifact right here. Our next location is east at this marker here on the map. Here we have a small playground. Head over to the monkey bars to find this stash, which does contain the sewn on pockets blueprint for the Bulwark exosuit. Our next location is a little further east, marked just here on the map. Here you will be attacked by a Chimera mutant. Once taking care of it, hop onto this concrete structure to locate this stash hiding right here, which does contain the protective coating blueprint for the Shield of Duty exosuit. Our next location is south at this marker right here on the map. Here you'll find this small bridge. Simply head underneath to locate this stash right here, which does contain the protective coating blueprint for the Brumbar exoskeleton. Our next location is this facility marked right here on the map. First, head around to the west side of the building. Here, you'll find this box outside the open window. Head inside to locate this stash here. Next, I advise heading back out of the window and heading around to where this broken ladder is. Once here, throw a grenade through the upstairs open window. This should break the blockade inside. Next, follow the path on screen to locate the now unlocked room upstairs. enter inside of here and take out your scanner to begin locating an artifact. Next, head to the back of this room to locate the Bulwark exoskeleton along with this stash. Our next location is this building next door, marked just here on the map. There is a quest objective here. First, enter the building and prepare to fight 2 Bayon mutants. Once done, follow the path on screen to locate this burning room. Head inside and locate the quest objective on this corpse. At the back of this room, you'll find a hole to a theatre below. Upon dropping down, you will be attacked by a pseudo-giant mutant, so do come prepared. Once done, enter the center of the room to locate the Gauss rifle right here. And this stash just above it. Next, head outside and up this nearby ladder to locate this stash hiding on the rooftop. Our next location is east, marked just here on the map. Here we have this statue. Simply head up to find this stash right here, which does contain the hydraulic amplifiers blueprint for the Brumbar exoskeleton. Our next location is this building north, marked just here on the map. Head inside this building and follow the path on screen to locate this ladder. Begin heading up until reaching the rooftop. Here you'll find this stash. Next, head towards this scanner and activate when ready. The usual discharge will take place, and I think either zombies and or snork mutants spawn as a result. When ready, retrieve the artifact from the scanner. Next, follow the rooftop down and navigate over to the opposite side to locate this stash hiding right beside this anomaly. Next, head directly downstairs and into the building. Here, you'll find this locked door. When ready, throw a grenade through this gap to break the blockade on the other side. A Chimera mutant will be released upon doing so fair warning. When ready, head inside the room to locate this stash right here, which does contain the lead container blueprint for the Shield of Duty exosuit. Our next location is this apartment block, marked right here on the map. First, head inside and follow the path on screen to locate this teleportation anomaly. On the other side, once again, follow the path on screen to locate this key on the table. Head back downstairs and unlock this door to find another teleportation anomaly inside. On the other side, you'll likely run into some monolithians, follow the path on screen, and drop down to yet another teleportation anomaly below. Finally, you'll arrive on this rooftop, head inside to locate the Nipro assault rifle right here. When ready to leave, head down from this point here into the anomalies below. Our next location is west, marked right here on the map. Head inside and follow the path on screen to locate this padlocked door. In here, you will find this stash. Next, navigate through the building and head upstairs to locate this generator. Turn this off and then head back downstairs and outside. Head down this staircase and into the basement below. At the far end, you'll find this lever. Activate this and a bloodsucker mutant will immediately ambush you. Once ready, head into the caged room to locate this stash, which does contain the lead container blueprint for the operator exoskeleton. Our next location is this building marked right here on the map. Find this entrance on the northwest side and then head in and up. On the top floor, you'll find this code lock and door right here. I'm not entirely sure where the location for the combination is, but feel free to copy off screen. Inside here, you'll first find a Gauss rifle sitting just here. Next, inside this room, you'll find the extended magazines for both the RPM light machine gun and the Saiga D12 shotgun right here. Additionally, you'll find this stash in the corner, which does contain the lead container blueprint for the Beryl 5M armored suit. Our next location is this building marked right here on the map. First, head inside and into this locked room to locate this stash. Next, head further into the building and into this room with the maze. Follow the path on screen to locate this stash here, which does contain the caliber conversion blueprint for the Nipro assault rifle. Next, head through the maze and onto the other side to locate this doorway. Head on through and upstairs until locating this floor with the bloodstain message on the wall. Head inside here and deal with the monolithians. Once done, you'll find a Brumbar exoskeleton and this stash. Next, head into the living room to locate an additional stash right here. Next, continue heading upstairs until reaching the rooftop. Follow the path on screen to locate this stash right here. Our next location is this building marked right here on the map. Head inside and follow the path on screen to locate this stash. Next, head upstairs and into this room. Head out of the window and locate this stash right here. Next, turn around and head up the ladder to the additional rooftop. From here, drop on down the other side and break these planks to access this room. Inside here, you'll find this stash, which does contain the protective coating blueprint for the Cuirass exoskeleton. Our next location is east, at this marker right here on the map. Head inside this building and follow the path on screen to locate this carried assault rifle and stash, which does contain the lead container blueprint for the Bulwark exosuit. Next, head through the facility and locate this stairway here. Head downstairs and into the basement. There should be a bloodsucker mutant down here. When ready, follow the path on screen to locate this stash right here. Our next location is just outside of this building, marked right here on the map. Here we have this maze of mutated plants. Follow the path on screen to eventually locate the Moonlight artifact at the very back of the maze. Next, when heading back out, follow the path on screen to locate a stash right here. Our next location is back west, marked right here on the map. Here we have this anomaly field within this playing ground. Simply take out your scanner to begin locating the artifact. Our next location is south at this marker here on the map. Head inside this building and deal with the Monolithians. Once done, you'll find a diamond exoskeleton and stash right here. Next, head to the opposite side of the building and follow the path on screen. You'll eventually reach this room with this stash, which does contain the protective coating blueprint for the Liberty exosuit. Next, take out your scanner and begin navigating through the rooms with the anomalies inside to locate the nearby artifact. Our next location is this apartment building marked right here on the map. First, head to the northern entrance and head inside. Follow the path on screen to eventually reach this Mark 1 EMR rifle with silencer attachment. Next, head to the southern entrance and follow the path on screen to locate this room. Inside, you'll find a stash which does contain the rubber layer blueprint for the SVU sniper rifle. Our next location is back east, marked right here on the map. Once here, you will find this boarded entrance on the eastern side. Destroy these planks and then handle the rats inside. Once ready, drop in and locate this stash sitting right here, which does contain the polymer handle blueprint for the M701 sniper rifle. Our next location is east, marked right here on the map. This is an optional quest location. First, head inside and follow the path on screen to locate this stash right here, which does contain the lead container blueprint for the exoskeleton. Next, continue to follow the path on screen. Eventually, you'll reach this room with this stash, which does contain the quest item. Our next location is south, marked right here on the map. Head through and into the center here, and you'll find 2 mutated deers and an army of other mutated animals. Once dealing with this chaos, head inside the main building and follow the path on screen. Eventually, you'll reach this room with a stash contained in the lead container blueprint for the operator exoskeleton. Our next location is this building marked right here on the map. There are separate entrances, either north or south. Choose either one and then begin heading on through. This building is rammed full of monolithians, so do be warned. When reaching this segment of the building, locate this stash hiding right here, which does contain the all-titanium components blueprint for the Liberty exosuit. Our next location is this building marked right here on the map. Simply head inside and follow the path on screen to locate this stash right here. Next, head into this room to find this additional stash. Our next location is this building south, marked right here on the map. When entering from this entrance, you will run into some zombies and a controller mutant. Once dealing with them all, one of the corpses should have the quest item on their inventory. Next, follow the path on screen to eventually locate this room. Inside, you'll find the Liberty exosuit along with this stash, which does contain the lead container blueprint for the Curace exoskeleton. Next, head to the western side of the building to locate this car. Hop on the roof and aim inside the nearby window to shoot the plank blocking the door. Next, head into the now unlocked room to find this stash, which does contain the Aramid lining blueprint for the SCP-100 Discovery suit. Our next location is this tall apartment building, marked right here on the map. Head inside this building and then up to locate this apartment. Here, you'll find this code lock. Again, I'm not entirely certain where the entire combination is located, but feel free to copy off screen. Inside this room, you'll find this stash, which does contain a modified Nipro rifle. There should also be a Mark 1 EMR rifle here with the 8x scope attached. However, I could not find it myself. To leave here quickly, simply drop into the anomalies below the balcony. Our next location is west, marked right here on the map. Here we have this building. Simply enter the building through this window to locate the operator exoskeleton and this stash, which contains the extended magazine for the Gauss rifle. Our next location is south of Pripyat, marked just here on the map. Here, quite simply follow the path on screen to locate this stash. Our final location is west of the last, marked right here on the map. There are 1 or 2 pseudo-giant mutants that live in the center of this region, so do be warned. When ready, head over to the western bunker and head inside. You will be safe from the pseudo-giant mutants whilst inside of here. In here, you'll find a unique RAM-free shotgun named Texan, along with this stash. That's it for this guide, folks. Whilst not entirely perfect, I am quite happy with my first attempt at a full guide series. It's been quite the journey creating these guides, and I'm excited to finally take a break from Stalker 2 and begin working on other up-and-coming titles. I will be working on many more guide series to come, so do feel free to check out the channel. Otherwise, it has been one hell of a journey, folks. Thanks ever so much for watching, and until next time, peace.